Chapter 3571. Song Ke had mobilized a million-strong Protoss army to attack the Pang clan, shocking the entire cultivation world of Zhengzhou State. It wasn't hard to imagine that Song Ke had mobilized the entire East Continent's forces. The Dusk Snake, the Celestial God, and the Earth Spirit race were the elites of the three East Continent's strongest clans. There were also other cultivation forces in the East Continent. The entire cultivation world of the East Continent was mobilized by Tsang Quebec. It could be said that Song Ke was determined to fight to the death with the Pang clan. Song Ke was not like Nanbadian. Song Ke had no scruples and went all out because Gu Fei was still in the East Continent. Who would dare to offend Gu Fei? He wasn't afraid that the Golden Crow ancestor would attack the Chaos Golden Rock race's ancestral land. Gu Fei was in seclusion in the Chaos Golden Rock race's ancestral land. The Golden Crow ancestor wouldn't be stupid enough to launch a sneak attack at this time. If Gu Fei attacked, the Golden Crow ancestor would be in for a tragedy. The Golden Crow clan had recently been defeated by the chaotic Golden Rock clan, so it was difficult for them to organize an attack that could threaten the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. At this time, in the southern region of Zhengzhou State, after Pang Tong led the 10,000-strong Protoss army out of the transmission formation, they directly pounced on the Protoss army in the south region 100,000 miles away. Rumble. The Pang clan's 10,000-strong celestial race army charged through the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. Countless war beasts crushed the void, and everywhere they passed, countless living beings were terrified. What is this Pang Tong trying to do? An old man with white hair and white eyebrows walked out of the city lord's mansion in Nantian City. He held a black walking stick in his hand. The old man was furious. According to the plan, Pang Tong's army should enter Nantian City and meet up with the forces in the city before launching an attack on the South Continent's Protoss army. But Pang Tong, that bastard, changed the plan without authorization and directly led his army to kill the Southern Continent's army. Pang Tong, come back here. The old man transmitted to Pang Tong. Humph. Pang Tong only sneered and ignored the old man in front of the gate of the city lord's mansion of Nantian City. Pang Tong, are you going to disobey the clan leader's orders? The old man said angrily. He slammed the black staff on the ground with all his might. Bang! The hard stone slabs on the ground immediately cracked into many cracks. When this old man was enraged, he naturally had an imposing aura. Pang Tong continued to ignore the old man. At this time, the South Continent's Protoss army had already discovered the Protoss army under Pang Tong's command. A 10,000-man battle formation in the South Continent's Protoss army immediately set up for battle. As the old immortal general waved his battle flag on the sacrificial altar, the 10,000 immortal battle formation of South Continent immediately moved towards Pang Tong's army. Within the 10,000-men battle formation, countless formation runes were surging and interweaving. The aura of every single soldier was linked together. The combined power of 10,000 soldiers was definitely enough to fight against a quasi-supreme being. Soon, the two battle formations met. Pang Tong raised his right hand, and the celestial race army behind him immediately stopped. Even the battle beasts under the warriors quietened down. At this time, the battle formation formed by the South Continent's Protoss army also stopped. The leader of the South Continent's Protoss army was a middle-aged general wearing battle armor and a helmet. Haha, they actually came to die. These guys from the Pang clan are really stupid. The middle-aged general laughed loudly. The battle beast under him growled in a low voice, and hot air rushed out of its mouth and nose. It was a fire lion, and a powerful killing intent erupted from its body. Who are you calling stupid? Pang Tong, who was standing on the head of the old dragon, glared at the middle-aged general and shouted, "Io, is there no one else in the Pang clan? They actually sent a child to die." The middle-aged general pointed at Pang Tong, who was on the old dragon's head, and laughed. "You're courting death." Pang Tong was furious. Someone actually dared to look down on him like this. He really deserved to die. In the next moment, the old dragon under Pang Tong's feet roared and swept its tail towards the middle-aged general. Roar! The fire lion under the middle-aged general also roared and directly spat out a mouthful of divine fire at the dragon's tail. Boom! A ball of divine fire exploded, instantly engulfing the dragon's tail. The divine fire burned the old dragon's tail until it cracked continuously, and a burnt smell filled the air. The old dragon hurriedly retracted its tail. Haha, braised dragon is not bad. Boys, we can add another dish today. The middle-aged general laughed wantonly. Haha. The soldiers behind the middle-aged general also laughed loudly. Kill. Kill them all. Pang Tong flew into a rage out of humiliation. He waved his hand and actually commanded the army behind him to charge forward. An extremely terrifying murderous aura immediately erupted from the Pang clan's battle formation, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Kill. The power of the Pang clan's 10,000-man battle formation erupted, causing the void to explode. Streaks of extremely sharp divine light shot out from the formation, piercing towards the middle-aged general and the battle soldiers behind him. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the void. The middle-aged general's battle formation was also activated, and a layer of divine light surged from the formation, instantly enveloping the entire battle formation. Countless piercing rays of divine light were directly blocked by the divine light shield formed by the battle formation of the South Continent soldiers. The divine light shield vibrated, and divine patterns appeared on it. Countless divine patterns interweaved to form an ancient formation diagram. Kill. The middle-aged general waved his right hand, and the battle formation of the South Continent's divine clan army was also activated. 10,000 God Realm soldiers directly charged forward. Boom! The void exploded, and the two battle formations instantly collided. The soldiers from both sides began to fight, and soon, the corpses of gods fell from the sky. At this time, Pang Tong and the middle-aged general were also fighting. The old dragon and the fire lion were also fighting, and their roars shook the heavens and the earth. Although the old dragon and the fire lion were the mounts of Pang Tong and the middle-aged general, their cultivation was also incomparably strong, and it was hard to tell who would win. At this time, in the distant sky, Gu Fei's doppelganger watched this scene coldly. Those fellows from the Pang clan were really stupid. How was it possible to destroy the South Continent's army with just 10,000 soldiers? When the South Continent's divine clan army fought against Pang Outyin, they held back their strength. Pang Tong thought that if Pang Outyin killed Nanbatian, the South Continent's divine clan army would not be able to withstand a single blow. Gu Fei's doppelganger was watching the show. The 10,000 God Clan soldiers of the Pang clan were definitely wolves walking into the tiger's mouth, and they would not be able to return. One should know that if the South Continent's divine clan army did not have some ability to kill their way into the central continent, wouldn't they have long been destroyed by the Pang clan? Battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The battle beasts roared, and the two sides fought fiercely. The entire sky was filled with figures, and corpses of gods fell from the sky continuously. Blood had already dyed the mountains below. The two battle formations were in operation, and the lives of the soldiers from both sides were constantly being obliterated. It was like two mountains colliding, and it was extremely terrifying. Preposterous. Only now did Pang Tong realize that the South Continent's divine clan army was indeed a tough nut to crack. He had been too confident, and it was too late to regret it now. He could only brace himself and fight. Pang Tong unleashed his mystiques and continuously clashed with the middle-aged general. The two forces of the divine Tao kept colliding, and there was a loud explosion that was even more shocking than thunder. Little guy, have you weaned off milk? Haha. The middle-aged general laughed as he attacked. The battle spear in his hand pierced through the void, piercing towards the center of Pang Tong's brows. Although he said this, he did not dare to let his guard down. One had to know that this childlike fellow was definitely an ancient antique. Although Pang Tong looked like a child, that was only his appearance. His eyes were not something a child should have. Go to hell. Pang Tong was truly enraged, and his eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. He waved his hands, and dragon shadows appeared in the void, lunging towards the middle-aged general. Want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? The middle-aged general said disdainfully. He brandished the battle spear in his hand, dispersing all the dragon shadows that were lunging at him. He was extremely domineering. Swoosh. The battle spear in the middle-aged general's hand emitted an immortal divine light that instantly pierced through the center of Pang Tong's brows. It was extremely fast. In the next moment, Pang Tong's figure instantly disappeared into the void. The penetrating divine light had only pierced an afterimage that had yet to dissipate. Dragon soars to the 9 heavens. Kill the ancestor god. Pang Tong's voice resounded in the sky. In the next moment, a terrifying dragon shadow descended from the sky, directly blasting the middle-aged general's body. The middle-aged general was actually blasted into a mist of blood. What? When the South Continent's Protoss soldiers saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. However, in the next moment, the mist of blood instantly converged, and the middle-aged general's figure appeared in the void. An existence of his level would not be killed so easily. At this moment, Pang Tong's figure also appeared in the void. Kill the ancestor god? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? The middle-aged general stared at Pang Tong and said coldly, "Kill." Pang Tong did not hesitate and directly attacked again. The middle-aged general was once again blasted away. This time, his divine body actually shattered. The combat strength that Pang Tong displayed was too strong. It was as if he had eaten some divine medicine that could raise his cultivation. This caused everyone to be inexplicably shocked. What's going on? Gu Fei's clone, who was watching the battle from afar, was also in disbelief. Could it be that Pang Tong had also cultivated a secret technique similar to the Heaven Ascension secret technique? Pang Tong forcefully charged into the formation formed by the South Continent celestial soldiers. Instantly, the formation erupted into clouds of blood, and over a dozen South Continent celestial soldiers were instantly killed by him. Damn it! The middle-aged general once again reassembled his divine body. However, his divine body had been blasted apart twice in a row. Even after reassembling his divine body, his vitality was still injured. Kill. Chapter 3572. The Pang Clan's Celestial Army and the South Continent's Celestial Army engaged in a fierce battle. Battle matrices against battle matrices, and an extremely brutal battle ensued in the skies. The skies were filled with human figures, and divine corpses constantly fell from the skies. Blood rained down from the heavens, the rain of divine blood. The ground that was stained with divine blood turned crimson. Even after countless years of wind and rain, the land still couldn't wash away this bloody color. Roar! Pang Tong let out a furious roar and charged madly at the South Continent's middle-aged general. He seemed to have transformed into an ancestral dragon of the 9 heavens, and he unleashed his most powerful battle prowess as he continuously blasted apart the general's divine body. Damn it! The general was both shocked and enraged. Pang Tong looked like a child, but his cultivation and battle prowess were definitely above that of ordinary elder gods. This fellow was definitely an ancestor-level existence of the Pang clan. The general didn't dare to tarry. He had no choice but to go all out. The spear in his hand seemed to come to life as it transformed into a beam of eternal light that pierced towards Pang Tong. Kill! Pang Tong transformed into an ancestral dragon, and his draconic claws slammed towards the beam of eternal light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the dragon claws collided with the beam of divine light. The beam of eternal light radiated with dazzling divine light, piercing through the dragon claws and shooting towards Pang Tong's dragon head. What? Pang Tong was shocked. He lowered his head, and the beam of divine light sliced off one of his ancestral dragon horns. In the next moment, the middle-aged general actually rode on Pang Tong's ancestral dragon form and began to smash his fists down. Everyone was stunned by this scene. This fellow was simply too ferocious. After all, Pang Tong's ancestral dragon true body was a secret technique of the Pang clan. This was a technique, but it didn't mean that the Pang clan and the Dragon clan were related by blood. The Dragon clan's physical bodies were publicly acknowledged as the strongest in the world of cultivation. One of the Pang clan's primogenitors had created this technique. Transforming into an ancestral dragon to slay elder gods was definitely not an empty statement. But at this moment, the ancestral dragon that could kill ancestor gods was being ridden by a war ancestor. The war ancestor was swinging his fists at the dragon's head. Pang Tong was dumbfounded by the middle-aged general's attack. At this time, the battle ancestor extended his hand, and the immortal light flew into his hand. He then stabbed the dragon's head. Gotcha! The divine light formed by the spear pierced through the dragon's scales and pierced the dragon's head. Blood splattered everywhere. This scene was extremely realistic. It was as if a dragon slayer was slaying a dragon. Roar! The ancestor dragon that Pang Tong had transformed into felt the pain and suddenly exerted force, sending the middle-aged war ancestor who was riding on him flying. The huge dragon claw directly smashed into the middle-aged war ancestor's body. The middle-aged battle ancestor was sent flying thousands of miles away. Boom! The next moment, the entire mountain broke off from the mountainside, and the upper half collapsed from the sky. Rumble! Smoke and dust soared into the heavens. The great earth was shaking, and the creatures who couldn't escape in time were directly buried alive by the collapsing mountains. At this time, Pang Tong pulled out the spear that was stuck in his head and broke it in two. The divine light that erupted from the spear gradually dissipated, and it turned into two pieces of stubborn iron. The ancestor dragon that Pang Tong had transformed into charged directly at the place where the war ancestor had fallen. He spat out a mouthful of divine flames at the collapsed mountain. Boom! Endless divine flames erupted and instantly enveloped the entire area, burning the void until it was annihilated. The divine flames that Pang Tong had transformed into as the ancestor dragon were filled with flame-shaped patterns of the way. This was the divine fire of the Great Path. As long as one came into contact with a trace of the divine fire of the way, even a quasi-supreme would be burned to death. In the next moment, the divine fire of the Great Path burned a huge pit where the entire mountain had been. It was a bottomless pit. What? The cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were shocked when they saw this. At this time, they couldn't sense the aura of the South Continent's war ancestor. He was burned to death? It can't be. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger was a little surprised. It was known that the South Continent's war ancestor was no weakling. His cultivation was extremely powerful. Even if he couldn't compare to Pang Tong, he couldn't have been so easily killed by Pang Tong. Just when everyone was in shock, a figure suddenly appeared behind the ancestor dragon that Pang Tong had transformed into. That person waved his hand, and a flash of blade light flashed. In the next moment, the ancestor dragon that Pang Tong had transformed into flew up. What? The sudden change shocked everyone. The South Continent's war ancestor was so powerful that he could destroy Pang Tong's ancestor dragon real body with one strike and kill Pang Tong? It's him? At this time, above the clouds in the distance, a middle-aged man with a blade on his back stared at the South Continent's war ancestor who had killed Pang Tong. A light flashed in the depths of his eyes. You know him? An old man beside the middle-aged man said with some surprise. This old man was Pang Jingtian, an expert of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. It was useless even if it burrowed into the depths of the earth. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he a warrior under Nanbatian? Nie Jingyun said in disbelief. One must know that the Saber Emperor of the South Continent was in existence on the same level as Nanbatian. It was impossible for Nanbatian to suppress such a person. Why don't you go and ask him why? Peng Jingtian glanced at Nie Jingyun and said, If I go, between the two of us, perhaps only one will survive. Nie Jingyun said very seriously. Both of them were supreme experts of the Saber Principle. Once such existences met, they would naturally erupt with the most powerful hostility and fighting intent. A battle was inevitable. As the saying went, two tigers cannot live on the same mountain. Both Nie Jingyun and Yi Jingshan had an urge to fight. They wanted to know who was stronger between the two. Not only them, but the other cultivators were also very curious about who was stronger between the two experts of the Saber Principle. Peng Jingtian did not say anything. He saw Yi Jingshan rush into the sky with the head of the dragon and then throw the head of the old dragon into the battle formation of the Pang tribe. The Pang clan soldiers were thrown into a slight panic, but they quickly calmed down and began to retreat. The divine path power that erupted from the battle formation of the Pang tribe was extremely powerful. Countless Pang tribe soldiers fell from the sky, and their divine bodies were pierced by the divine light from the battle formation of the Pang tribe. Want to escape? Since you're here, stay. Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan became one with his saber and rushed into the battle formation of the Pang tribe. The saber light exploded in the battle formation. Countless figures dissipated in the saber light. They were directly killed, their bodies and souls destroyed. With just one attack, thousands of Pang tribe soldiers were killed. This scared the living daylights out of the remaining Pang tribe soldiers. Run! The Pang tribe soldiers were defeated and fled in all directions. The remaining Pang tribe soldiers could not form a battle formation and could only escape. No one would have thought that the Saber Emperor was like a completely different person from the previous war. Venerable. His cultivation and combat strength had soared, and even his temperament had changed. Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan? Gu Fei's doppelganger's eyes lit up when he saw the shocking figure. This was a more terrifying existence than Nie Jingtian. This did not mean that Nie Jingtian was weaker than the Saber Emperor, but the Saber Emperor's murderous nature was stronger than Nie Jingtian's. Chapter 3573. No one would have thought that one of Nan Baishan's generals would have such a powerful background. He was actually the top expert in the South Continent. If Yi Jingshan's name was in ancient times, it could be said that everyone knew him. Even in the current era, the name Yi Jingshan could intimidate many experts of the older generation. However, since the Great War of Gods and Demons, Yi Jingshan had disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. Some people said that the Saber Emperor of the South Continent had died in battle. However, some people did not believe that the Saber Emperor had died in battle. After all, the Saber Emperor of the South Continent was an expert. How could he have died so easily? As it turned out, Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan had not died. He had become one of Nan Baishan's generals. This was unbelievable to the experts of the East Continent. Pang Tong's death was justified. Even if the clan leader of the Pang clan came in person, he might not be able to defeat Yi Jingshan. This guy killed with one strike. He killed Pang Tong, an old flood dragon, with one strike. There was no need for a second strike. Even when he broke the Pang clan's battle formation, he only used one strike. The Pang clan army led by Pang Tong was chased by the army of the Saber Emperor. Spears flew out of the army's battle formation and nailed the Pang clan soldiers to death in the void. As the spears were taken away by the soldiers of the South Continent, the corpses of the Pang clan soldiers that were nailed to death by the spears fell from the sky. This was definitely a 10,000-mile chase. When the temporarily formed army of Nantian City encountered Pang Tong's defeated army, almost all of Pang Tong's soldiers were killed. Only a dozen or so soldiers survived. What? When the old man from Nantian City saw this scene, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Pang Tong actually lost my clan's purest weapon. He deserves to die. Retreat. The old man from the Pang clan waved the black staff in his hand and ordered the army to retreat. At this time, the morale of the enemy was high, but the morale of the army was low. If they fought with the army of the South Continent at this time, there would only be one result: defeat and death. The great army of Nantian City stopped and retreated without panic. However, at this moment, the countless soldiers of the Nantian City army were extremely nervous. The dozen soldiers under Pang Tong's command were about to charge into the battle formation of the Nantian City army. These soldiers all thought that their lives were finally saved. Just as they were feeling surprised and overjoyed, a dozen or so beams of divine light suddenly descended from the sky, nailing these soldiers to death in the void. More than a dozen behemoth warriors died before they could even let out a scream. Nantian City's soldiers' expressions changed drastically when they saw their soldiers being killed by the battle spears at close range. Some of them were even splashed with divine blood. Swoosh! The South Continent's war soldiers immediately retrieved the dozen or so battle spears. To a certain extent, the battle spears in the war soldiers' hands were also divine artifacts. The battle soldier's spear could be retracted at will. Attack! At this time, an angry roar came from the South Continent's battle formation. In the next moment, 10,000 South Continent soldiers struck their spears at the same time. The sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out, and tens of thousands of beams of divine light shot into the sky. The scene was too spectacular, and the densely packed divine light fell toward the Nantian City army. Defend! An old, angry roar came from the Nantian City Army. Then, the battle formation of the Nantian City Army began to operate wildly. A layer of divine light emerged from the battle formation and enveloped all the Nantian cities war soldiers. The divine light that pierced through the sky like raindrops instantly fell on the light screen. The light screen immediately shook, and the beams of divine light pierced the light screen. However, they could not completely break through the light screen. The spears could only pierce through half of the light screen, and then could not go any further. Soon, the light screen above the Nantian City Army was filled with the spears of the South Continent's war soldiers. Retreat. The old man wiped his cold sweat and gave the order. The Nantian City's war soldiers immediately fled toward Nantian City, not daring to fight the South Continent's war soldiers. Humph. At this time, a cold laugh came from the distance. Then, a beam of sword light directly slashed down from the sky toward the retreating Nantian City war soldiers. The beam of sword light was extremely fast. It only took a moment for it to appear above the Nantian City war soldiers' battle formation, leaving a pitch-black space crack in the void. Roar. In the battle formation of Nantian City's warriors, the black-robed elder standing in the eye of the formation roared angrily. His long hair danced wildly, and in an instant, the power of the battle formation was gathered on the black staff in his hand. The black staff in the old man's hand immediately radiated endless black light, turning into a black dragon that rose from the sky and met the immortal sword light. In the next moment, an incomparably shocking scene appeared. The blade light flashed by and actually directly split the black dragon that was soaring into the sky into two. The black dragon immediately revealed its true form after being split. The two halves of the black staff fell from the sky. In the Nantian City War soldiers' battle formation, the black-robed old man in the formation immediately turned pale when the black dragon was split in half by the sword light. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Saber Emperor. The black-robed old man raised his head and stared at the blurry figure in the distant sky. His eyes emitted two extremely sharp beams of divine light. At this time, Nantian City could already be seen. The black-robed old man gathered the power of the battle formation and launched an all-out attack. Finally, he blocked the immortal sword light, but the countless spears that were stuck in the light curtain were taken back by the South Continent war soldiers. However, the South Continent Saber Emperor Yi Jingshin's one-strike kill was no joke. Although the sword light was blocked by the black-robed old man's black staff, it still fell from the sky. The sword light was invincible and directly broke the light curtain above the South Continent war soldiers' heads. In an instant, dozens of Nantian City war soldiers were turned into blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. The Saber Emperor's saber is really powerful. Nie Jingyun, who had been watching this scene coldly in the distant sky, could not help but narrow his eyes. The Saber Emperor's saber principle cultivation could definitely be described as terrifying. Do we have a chance of winning? Peng Jingtian, who was next to Nie Jingyun, also looked at the Saber Emperor in the distance. Of course, Nie Jingyun was very confident. He had always believed that his saber was the most powerful saber in the ancestral god realm. The sabers of others were trash and could not withstand a single blow. Gu Fei's doppelganger appeared in front of Nie Jingyun and Peng Jingtian. Brother Gu. Nie Jingtian hurriedly cupped his hands at Gu Fei's doppelganger. Brother Gu. Peng Jingtian also hurriedly greeted Gu Fei's doppelganger with a smile. He did not dare to slight Gu Fei's doppelganger. After all, if they lost Gu Fei's support, it would be difficult for them to even defend the East Continent. Gu Fei's doppelganger only nodded and did not say anything. Chapter 3574. The Nantian City Army wanted to escape to Nantian City. Once they entered the city, even Blade Emperor Yi Jingshin would not be able to do anything to them. However, Saber Emperor Yi Jingshin would not let Nantian City's army escape so easily. Without hesitation, he attacked. Swoosh! The immortal blade light appeared once again. This time, the blade light descended from the sky. Although the blade light wasn't that dazzling, the might it displayed was enough to make one's heart palpitate. It was as if the blade could split the world in half. A destructive aura filled every inch of the void. How dare you? The battle formation of the Nantian City Army was operating crazily. The black-robed old man operated the killing formation with all his might. The power of tens of thousands of cultivators gathered in a divine bead in his hand. After the divine bead in the black-robed old man's hand swallowed a large amount of essence, it burst out with a divine light that was much brighter than the sun in the sky. An extremely powerful wave of divine power surged out of the divine bead in the black-robed old man's hand. The divine bead gathered the power of tens of thousands of cultivators. Coupled with the black-robed old man's power, the power contained in the divine bead was too powerful. Go! The black-robed old man had been preparing. When he saw the Blade Emperor's blade light coming at him, he did not hesitate to throw the divine bead in his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine bead that flew out of the black-robed old man's hand collided with the blade light falling from the sky. An extremely powerful force erupted. The power contained in the divine bead completely erupted. The entire sky seemed to have exploded, and the mighty divine power of destruction destroyed everything. A huge black hole appeared in the sky. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. Although Pang Outyin had died in battle, there were still experts from the Pang clan in Nantian City. He blocked it. Countless cultivators in the battle formation of Nantian City raised their heads to look at the destructive scene in the sky. They were all stunned. The mighty storm of power from the sky shook the entire battle formation. However, at this moment, a blade light directly broke the black hole in the sky and instantly struck the battle formation of Nantian City. In the next moment, the black-robed old man, who was standing in the eye of the formation, looked at the sky in horror. A bloody mark had appeared on his forehead and was spreading downwards. The black-robed old man's eyes had completely lost their light and vitality. Then, the black-robed old man's divine body was instantly split in half. Then, the entire battle formation began to collapse from the formation eye. Terrifying saber chi fluctuations swept out in all directions with the formation eye as the center. Countless soldiers did not even have time to react before they were directly killed by the exploding saber chi. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and more than half of the tens of thousands of Nantian City cultivators were killed. Only about 10,000 cultivators managed to escape, but they were so stunned that they forgot to run away. Swoosh! Another blade light flashed by, and the 10,000 cultivators were sliced in half at the waist at the same time. Not only did the terrifying blade light cut through the cultivators' divine bodies, but it also destroyed their nascent souls. How ruthless! Watching this scene, the experts of the ancestral god realm couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The Saber Emperor's killing intent was too strong, almost comparable to that of a sword slave. This guy? Nie Jingyun stared at the figure in the distant sky, and a terrifying battle intent erupted from his body. He wanted to attack, but he still resisted the urge. Now was not the time, and his condition was not good enough. If he wanted to fight with the Saber Emperor, he would have to send a battle invitation and set a time and place. But now, two extremely sharp gazes swept over from afar and landed on Nie Jingyun. The Saber Emperor instantly locked on to Nie Jingyun. At this moment, the Saber Emperor's aura and condition were both at their peak. His blade was stained with blood, and his battle intent was also at its peak. Yi Jingshan's essence, chi, and spirit were all at their peak. At this moment, he was definitely the strongest. Nie Jingyun was not in his best condition. If he fought with Yi Jingshan now, he would definitely lose. This was without a doubt. Nie Jingyun naturally would not be so foolish as to attack at this moment. However, Nie Jingyun had no choice but to attack now. The Saber Emperor had already locked onto him and could attack him at any time. The Saber Emperor, Yi Jingshan, was one of the most terrifying killing gods in the South Continent. His reputation for killing with one blade wasn't just for show. Nie Jingyun did not want to die under Yi Jingshan's blade. What an arrogant Saber Emperor! Peng Jingtian, who was standing beside Nie Jingyun, was very unhappy. It seemed that Yi Jingshan had directly ignored him and Gu Fei's clone. How dare he ignore them? In the next moment, Peng Jingtian felt his body tighten. He had actually been locked on by the Saber Emperor. What? Peng Jingtian could not help but be shocked and angry. This guy was indeed arrogant and presumptuous. You play with the blade, and I play with the sword. Do you think I'm afraid of you? A shocking sword aura erupted from Peng Jingtian's body, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Peng Jingtian's sword cultivation might not be comparable to the sword slaves, but his sword cultivation was still very strong. If they really fought, he might be able to compete with the Saber Emperor. Gu Fei's clone watched this scene, but he had no intention of making a move. Although the Saber Emperor was strong, if Nie Jingyun and Peng Jingtian couldn't defeat the Saber Emperor, then his clone wouldn't be able to change anything. After all, Gu Fei did not come with his real body. He was just a clone, and the battle strength of his clone was naturally not as strong as his real body. Using a blade just because of a disagreement? Gu Fei's clone touched his nose and shook his head helplessly. The Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin was indeed powerful. Of course, he also had the ability to be powerful. The Saber Emperor had his eyes on Nie Jingyun. This caused the surrounding experts of the ancestral god realm to be inexplicably shocked. Was this guy crazy? He actually dared to attack whoever he wanted to. Some experts saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated. It would be terrible if they were targeted by this madman. Nie Jingyun, the Saber Emperor's voice rang out. Although it was not loud, it reached the ears of every cultivator present. What? That person is Nie Jingyun? Someone exclaimed. The East Continent's Saber ancestor Nie Jingyun was famous in the East Continent. Although he had disappeared for countless years, there were still countless people who remembered his name. At this time, the cultivators in Nantian City were scared out of their wits. The South Continent soldiers had once again arrived outside Nantian City, and this time, even the old ancestor had died in battle. Both Pang Tong and the old ancestor were rare experts in the Pang clan, but they died in battle just like that. The people of the Pang clan in Nantian City could not believe their eyes. This time, it was difficult for Nantian City to organize any more forces. This was because the tens of thousands of cultivators, led by the black-robed old man, were the last strength of the Pang clan. Chapter 3575. Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin had his eyes on Saber Master Nie Jingyun. As the Saber Emperor of South Continent, Yi Jingxin was known as the One Saber Killer. He was definitely one of the most terrifying killing gods in South Continent, but Nie Jingyun's background was not inferior to the Saber Emperor's. Nie Jingyun was the Saber Master of East Continent. He had almost been killed by Ouyang Feng, but he had survived in the end and improved his saber principle. These two Blade Dao Supremes had never met before, but today, they finally met. Without words, the two Blade Dao Supremes immediately knew who the other was. Do you want to fight? Nie Jingyun stared at Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin in the sky, his battle intent surging. His hair was in a mess, and the ancient saber on his back was vibrating as if it would fly out of its scabbard at any time. His spirit chi had been raised to its limit. However, compared to Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin, Nie Jingyun was still a little weaker. After all, Yi Jingxin had killed tens of thousands of cultivators. Nie Jingyun was not a weakling, and it would not be easy for Yi Jingxin to kill the Saber Master of East Continent with one move. Oomph! Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin sneered without saying a word. The battle intent that erupted from his body became stronger, and the void around him shook. This was Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin's response to Nie Jingyun. Let's fight then. Who's afraid of whom? Peng Jingtian, who was standing beside Nie Jingyun, stared at the Saber Emperor and said coldly. A strong battle intent also erupted from his body, and the shadow of a golden rock appeared faintly on his body. Chaotic golden rock? Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin glanced at Peng Jingtian and said in surprise. Sigh. Looks like I've really been ignored. Gu Fei's doppelganger suddenly sighed and said. Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin did not pay any attention to Gu Fei's doppelganger, which made Gu Fei's doppelganger very depressed. Was his cultivation and battle strength really not good enough? Peng Jingtian wanted to laugh when he heard the words of Gu Fei's doppelganger, but he did not dare to laugh. Although this guy looked harmless, he was definitely a fierce person. At this time, everyone was extremely nervous. The Saber Emperor and the Saber Master were confronting each other. Everyone wanted to know who was stronger between the two Supreme Saber Masters. Yi Jingxian and Ye Jingyun's momentum was still rising, and they could attack at any time. The Saber Emperor and the Saber Master were definitely the most dangerous figures in the realm right now. At this time, the most nervous ones were the cultivators in Nantian City. If the Saber Emperor and the Saber Master could fight to the death, they would naturally be more than happy to see that happen. However, the Saber Emperor and Saber Su, who was Master, the Shan, Emperor, and the Master, Emperor, Yi Shang Emperor on the horn, King, Long Shen, Emperor, Emperor Santian, the God, was Long, the Master, Emperor of God. When the Saber Emperor Yi Jingxian heard the horn, he couldn't help being startled. Then, he rode his flame lion and slowly retreated into the distance. He didn't dare to be careless. It had to be known that if he revealed an opening, his opponent would very likely launch a fatal attack at him. He, Emperor of Yi of Qian, as young as. Let's fight next time. Nie Jingyun looked at Yi Jingxian, who was retreating carefully, before saying this. All right. When Yi Jingxian heard this, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Nie Jingyun said that they would fight again next time, so they would fight again next time. With Nie Jingyun's status, it was impossible for him to use such a method to plot against him. Swoosh! Yi Jingxian rode the fire lion and chased after the South Continent's divine tribe. Soon, Yi Jingxian led the South Continent divine race army and disappeared in the distant sky, returning to the base camp of the South Continent army 100,000 miles away. At this time, the cultivators in Nantian City finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Saber Emperor Yi Jingxian attacked the city, they might not be able to stop him. The Saber Emperor and his South Continent army retreated, giving the Pang clan's disciples in Nantian City a chance to catch their breath. Boom! Just as everyone was in a state of bewilderment, a loud explosion rang out from the distance. Then, the entire world began to shake violently as if it was about to be destroyed. An extremely powerful aura appeared between heaven and earth. It's Nanbatian. How is this possible? At this time, all the experts in the ancestral god realm were inexplicably shocked. Wasn't Nanbatian dead? What the hell was going on? Was Nanbatian still alive? Pang Outyin did not hesitate to self-destruct to kill Nanbatian. This was something that everyone saw with their own eyes. Nanbatian should have been destroyed in both body and soul. Could it be a golden silkworm shedding its shell? Gu Fei's doppelganger said in shock. Nanbatian might have cultivated some kind of secret technique and escaped death. This kind of technique shocked him. The terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth, infinitely close to the extreme grade realm. One should know that the current ancestral god realm was different. The ancestral god realm suppressed the extreme grade realm. Once the extreme grade realm appeared, heaven and earth would send a terrifying heavenly punishment to obliterate the extreme grade realm. This guy, Peng Jingtian, was shocked. Nanbatian was definitely a terrifying existence. Even he might not be a match for this ruthless person. Let's go back, Gu Fei's doppelganger said. At this time, in the eastern region of the central continent of the ancestral god realm, the million-strong celestial race army of the eastern continent gathered in Eastern Heaven City. Song Ke personally led this army. The Pang clan was shocked. At this time, the Pang clan could no longer care about the southern region. Compared to the southern region, the situation in the eastern region was much more serious. At this time, the Pang clan was also gathering all the strength they could. Nearly 1 million celestial race soldiers gathered near Eastern Heaven City. Banners fluttered in the wind around Eastern Heaven City. Murderous intent soared to the sky. Countless celestial race soldiers stood quietly in the void, forming battle formations. Each battle formation emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. The old ancestor of the Pang clan could no longer sit still. He brought his injured body to supervise the battle. Pang Zhenhuan was the commander of the Pang clan army. At this time, a powerful figure stood on a chariot pulled by 6 old dragons. This middle-aged man was the patriarch of the Pang clan. Not everyone could sit on this chariot. The 6 old dragons were like 6 real dragons. Only the patriarch of the Pang clan could sit on this chariot. Murderous intent soared to the sky near Eastern Heaven City. However, apart from the sound of the banners in the wind, not even the roars of battle beasts could be heard. You want to fight Song Ke? The old ancestor's voice rang in the patriarch's mind. That's right. Pang Jinhuan, the patriarch of the Pang clan, did not hide his purpose. Then we must prepare well. The old ancestor's voice rang again. Yes, old ancestor. Pang Jinhuan hurriedly replied. Although he was the patriarch of the Pang clan, he dared not show any disrespect in front of the old ancestor. Since Song Ke dared to come to the central continent and behave atrociously, I will let him know who the real ruler of the central continent is. Not everyone can have designs on the central continent. At this moment, all the experts in the central continent, and even the entire ancestral god realm, were attracted to the battle. Everyone wanted to know if the Pang clan could unify the central continent or if Song Ke, the outsider, would become the ruler of the central continent. Gu Fei's doppelganger, Peng Jingtian, and Nie Jingyun returned to the eastern region. Song Ke immediately gathered his subordinates to discuss the next step. This required a detailed plan and could not be carried out recklessly. The Pang clan's power in the central continent was definitely the strongest. However, a force that could threaten the Pang clan had appeared. Over the years, although there had been many wars in the central continent, none of the forces could truly threaten the Pang clan. Song Ke's appearance caused an unknown variable to appear in the ancestral god realm. No one had expected Song Ke to be so powerful, unifying the eastern continent in a short period of time, and then attacking the Pang clan. Gu Fei's doppelganger was not interested in Song Ke's schemes. He strolled around Eastern Heaven City, which was filled with battle soldiers. Eastern Heaven City was an ancient divine city. Ever since he arrived, Gu Fei's doppelganger felt that this ancient divine city was not ordinary. Eastern Heaven City was like a terrifying sleeping heavenly beast. Gu Fei's doppelganger had a feeling that once the power of Eastern Heaven City exploded, even Tian Fa would not be able to suppress it. He wanted to see what was so special about this Eastern Heaven City. However, when Gu Fei's doppelganger walked on the streets of this ancient divine city, he could not sense anything. This surprised him. What's going on? Gu Fei's doppelganger was in disbelief. One must know that even with his cultivation, he could not sense anything special about this ancient divine city. This was too amazing. Hey, the one in black. I'm talking about you. Don't look around. Just as Gu Fei's doppelganger walked outside the city lord's residence, a loud shout came from the front. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked up and saw a spear-wielding middle-aged general walking over with a dozen battle soldiers. The leading middle-aged general shouted at Gu Fei's doppelganger. What are you doing? When Gu Fei's doppelganger saw the fiendish middle-aged general walking towards him, he could not help but frown. Brat, are you blind? Where's this place? Is it somewhere you can come? Hurry up and F***CK off. The middle-aged general came in front of Gu Fei's doppelganger and pointed at Gu Fei's doppelganger's nose as he spoke loudly. You've got guts. Gu Fei's doppelganger could not help but give the middle-aged general a thumbs up. No one had dared to speak to him like this in a long time. This middle-aged general was too awesome. Of course I have guts. Only you sissy bastards are gutless. The middle-aged general said disdainfully. AI. Looks like ignorance is also a kind of happiness. Gu Fei's doppelganger shook his head helplessly. You brat, hurry up and F***CK off. Do you want me to use a palanquin to carry you away? The middle-aged general roared at Gu Fei's doppelganger. The spittle he spat almost flew onto Gu Fei's doppelganger's face. Old Wu, what's going on? Why is it so noisy? Chapter 3576. Gu Fei's clone was strolling around Eastern Sky City. Unknowingly, he had strolled to the front of the city lord's mansion. Then, he was very unfortunately disturbed. A middle-aged warrior guarding the gate directly blocked Gu Fei's clone's path, then directly told Gu Fei's clone to scram. Ever since he came to the ancestral god realm, no one had ever dared to speak to Gu Fei like this. Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but admire this guy. This guy had guts. Gu Fei's clone was very helpless. He also couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this guy and was about to leave. But at this time, a white-robed young cultivator walked out from the city lord's mansion. When this young cultivator saw Gu Fei's clone, he was immediately dumbfounded. Old Kai, what's wrong? The middle-aged warrior couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the white-robed young man dumbfounded. He then followed the white-robed young man's gaze and saw that the white-robed young man was dumbfounded when he scolded the black-robed young man. "What's wrong?" The white-robed young man suddenly forcefully slapped himself a few times. The slaps were loud and clear. Both sides of his face were swollen and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. "Old Kai, you." Seeing the white-robed young man slap himself, the middle-aged warrior was dumbfounded and looked at the white-robed young man in disbelief. "Old Wu, you bastard." The white-robed young man came to his senses and directly punched the middle-aged warrior. Bang! Gotcha! With a scream, the middle-aged warrior clutched his nose and staggered. Blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. "Old Kai, you're crazy," the middle-aged warrior screamed. At this time, the soldiers outside the city lord's mansion were all dumbfounded. They were at a loss and didn't know what to do. One must know that the middle-aged warrior and the white-robed young man were both warriors guarding the city lord's mansion. The two of them had a very good relationship, but no one expected that the white-robed young man would suddenly attack and actually punch the middle-aged warrior. "You're the crazy one." The white-robed young man directly kicked the middle-aged warrior. Then, the soldiers behind the middle-aged warrior suffered a calamity. All of them were sent flying by the middle-aged warrior. "Kaio, I'm not finished with you." The middle-aged general was completely enraged. He charged over from afar and spat out a sword light that pierced towards the white-robed young man. "My lord, please don't blame this blind fellow for his rudeness." At this moment, the young General Kaio was currently apologizing to Gu Fei's clone with a respectful and reverent attitude, not daring to be disrespectful in the slightest. When the middle-aged general saw this scene, he could not help but be startled and hurriedly withdrew the flying sword that he had spat out. "Old Kai, what are you doing? What are you playing at?" The middle-aged general looked at the young General Kaio and Gu Fei's clone in bewilderment. In his eyes, this black-robed youth was very ordinary, just a small cultivator. Was there a need to be so respectful towards him? However, since he could become a champion, this fellow called Old Wu was no fool. Kaio was a powerhouse who was not weaker than him. "This is Lord Gu. You even dared to scold him. You really don't know how to write the word death. Hurry up and come over to apologize." Kaio roared at the middle-aged general. The middle-aged general was confused. "Lord Gu? That Lord Gu? You?" Kaio was anxious. This fellow was simply hopeless. Why did he still care about his life and death? Gu Fei's clone smiled and did not say anything. Was his reputation really that small? Even this fellow had not heard of his great name before? And that Lord Gu? Kaio was truly speechless. At this moment, the middle-aged general's nose was bleeding and his face was stained with blood. He looked very ferocious and wretched. His nose bridge had been broken by Kaio. Could it be? At this moment, the middle-aged general suddenly thought of something. Then, his entire body trembled. He was not agitated but afraid. Lord Gu?" The middle-aged general's voice was trembling. Gu Fei's clone smiled helplessly and said, "Am I that scary?" When he heard the words of Gu Fei's clone, the middle-aged general immediately knelt on the ground. His legs had gone soft, and he could not even stand steadily. Lord Gu." The middle-aged general was so nervous and afraid that he could not speak fluently. "Lord Gu, those who do not know will not be punished. Please give Old Wu a chance." Kaio pleaded. He and the middle-aged general were good friends. Naturally, he would not watch the middle-aged general be punished. "All right, this is not a big deal. Let's leave it at that." Gu Fei's clone shook his head and walked towards the Castellan residence. At this moment, no one dared to stop him. He naturally would not lower himself to the same level as the middle-aged general. Gu Fei's clone returned to a courtyard in the Castellan residence. At this moment, several incomparably powerful figures appeared near the courtyard. Although Tsang Ke was the commander-in-chief of the East Continent's Celestial Race Army in name, there were some people that even he could not mobilize. One had to know that some people's cultivation and combat strength were not below Tsang Ke's. In the distant past, they were even stronger and more famous than Tsang Quebec. The vast central continent was the home of countless celestial races. The number of celestial races living in the central continent far exceeded the number of celestial races living in the other 4 continents combined. At this time, all the powerful clans of the central continent were watching. A battle of this level was rare in the entire central continent, and it was only a limited number of times. The last time a war of this scale occurred was the War of Gods and Demons in the ancient era. After the War of Gods and Demons, the turmoil in the ancestral god realm gradually subsided. Before that, the wars between the various celestial races in the ancestral god realm were small skirmishes. However, things were different now. With the return of Tsang-Ke and the unification of the East Continent, the Pang clan defeated the Heavenly Fire clan and became the overlord of the Central Continent. The entire ancestral god realm was in turmoil again. Countless living beings died in the War of Gods. This time, Tsang-Ke gathered the power of the entire East Continent to attack the Central Continent. The impact of a war of this scale was enough to affect the entire ancestral god realm. The old ancestor of the East Pole sect ran around in an attempt to calm down the disputes. However, he didn't expect that the War of Gods in the ancestral god realm would escalate and become a World War-level storm that could affect the entire ancestral god realm. Sigh. The living beings of the world are pitiful. On a tall mountain outside the Pang clan's ancestral land, the old ancestor of the East Pole sect let out a long sigh. He turned to look at the ancestral land of the Pang clan and left in disappointment. That old ancestor of the East Pole sect is really naive. He actually wants us to make peace with Tsang-Quebec. Is that even possible? An old voice came from an ancestral hall in the depths of the Pang clan's ancestral land. The voice was full of disdain. The owner of the voice didn't put the old ancestor of the East Pole sect in his eyes at all. It was impossible for the Pang clan to stop the war with Tsang-Quebec. Even if Tsang-Ke was willing to stop the war, the Pang clan wouldn't agree to it. One should know that the Pang clan's ancient soldiers were killed by the sword slaves. The Pang clan spent a lot of effort to cultivate these ancient soldiers. The Pang clan and Tsang-Ke's Chaos Golden Rock clan had become mortal enemies. The Pang clan wouldn't let the Chaos Golden Rock clan off so easily. Although that old ancestor of the East Pole sect is a little long-winded, his words aren't completely nonsense. Another voice came from the ancestral hall. At this time, those who were qualified to discuss in the ancestral hall were the most important figures in the Pang clan. If these people walked out of the ancestral hall, they would definitely be existences that could dominate the entire ancestral god realm. What do you want to do? The old voice sounded. The owner of the voice was the progenitor of the Pang clan who sat on the throne in the ancestral hall. He was also the old ancestor of the Pang clan. There were a total of 3 progenitors in the Pang clan. 2 of the 3 progenitors of the Pang clan were in deep slumber in the ancestral vein of the earth. This was the reason why the Pang clan was still so strong and confident. If the 3 progenitors were to come together, Tsang-Ke and the Chaos Golden Rock clan would be annihilated with a wave of their hands. Why don't we pretend to agree to make peace with Tsang-Ke and attack when he's unprepared? We'll annihilate Tsang-Ke's million-strong army in eastern Sky City. The patriarch of the Pang clan, Pang Jinwan, said, that's a good idea. The Pang clan's progenitor nodded, using peace talks to numb the other party and then annihilate them. But would this really work? But this is too risky. What if the other party pretends to make peace like us? Another person said. It was an old ancestor of the Pang clan named Pang Outsong. We must be vigilant. If we're prepared, we still have a high chance of success. Pang Jinwan said confidently. There's no harm in trying. The Pang clan's progenitor nodded. This could minimize the Pang clan's losses. The Pang clan could not afford to suffer any more losses. At this time, the situation in southern Sky City in the central continent's southern region was very grim. Southern Sky City could be breached by the southern continent's army at any time. But at this time, the Pang clan could no longer send any reinforcements. All their forces must be used to eliminate Tsang-Ke's army first. After getting rid of Tsang-Ke, they would return to deal with the southern continent's army. This was the Pang clan's current plan. They would first eliminate the strong enemy, then sweep the weak ones. The Pang clan's ancestral hall fell silent. No one spoke. Since the progenitor had already said so, who would refute? Wasn't this a slap to the progenitor's face? At this time, Eastern Sky City, in the main hall of the city lord's residence, Song Ke gathered a group of higher-ups to discuss how to defeat the Pang clan, unify the central continent, and then the entire ancestral god realm. Even Song Ke could not resist the temptation of being the master of the ancestral god realm. The Pang clan attacked the Skyfire clan in order to unify the entire ancestral god realm. The current situation was very advantageous to Tsong Quebec. After defeating the Pang clan's 1,000 ancient soldiers, Song Ke's morale soared. Every single battle troop carried a large sword on their back, and every single battle troop gave off extremely powerful ripples of sword chi. This was a sword formation. The murderous aura emanating from it was much stronger than that of the Black Snake clan's battle formation. Outside the courtyard of Gu Fei's clone, a figure leaning against a big tree suddenly raised his head. His eyes emitted an incomparably resplendent divine light. An obscure and powerful wave of sword chi emanated from his body. "My disciple is here. Go and receive him." At this moment, the voice of Gu Fei's clone rang out in the servant's mind. The sword slave was startled when he heard this. He immediately soared into the sky, out of Eastern Sky City, and appeared between the two battle formations. Whose master's disciple? The sword slave glanced at the sword formation in front of him. This sword formation was also extraordinary. The aura of each warrior was connected into one. Once the sword formation was activated, it would definitely be earth-shattering. In the sword slave's opinion, the Black Snake clan's battle formation was nothing compared to this sword formation. Once the battle started, more than half of the Black Snake clan's battle troop would be instantly annihilated. The sword slave didn't respond to the sword formation. Whose master's disciple? The sword slave asked again. He realized that his temper seemed to have calmed down ever since he started following Gu Fei. He had become more patient. "Are you talking about me?" The sword slave waited for a while before a weak voice came from the sword formation. Then, a figure walked out of the sword formation. "You." The sword slave was slightly surprised when he saw this young cultivator. This fellow's cultivation was a little too weak. Master actually accepted this person as a disciple? In front of a sword slave, Shimin Ejian's cultivation was naturally not worth mentioning. Even if Shimin Ejian blew a mouthful of air, he would be able to extinguish this little fellow. "Follow me." After sizing up Shimin Ejian, the sword slave extended his hand and grabbed Shimin Ejian before disappearing into the void. An old man in the sword formation couldn't help but be startled when he saw this scene. Shimin Ejian was taken away just like that, but he didn't make a move. That person just now was very terrifying. It was hard to imagine that someone could actually cultivate sword Dao to such a level. Even the Shimin clan leader's sword Dao cultivation couldn't compare to this fellow. The old man thought to himself, "It seems like it's time for my Shimin clan to rise." Because of Shimin Ejian, the Shimin clan had formed a relationship with Gu Fei. Therefore, in the upcoming war in the central continent, the Shimin clan chose to stand on Gu Fei's side. At this time, the battle formation formed by the mysterious snake army was still blocking in front of the Shimin clan sword formation. Song Ke didn't know that Gu Fei had accepted Shimin Ejian as a disciple. But at this time, the Eastern Continent's God Clan's army also knew that the Shimin clan's army had arrived. The Shimin clan's influence in the central continent wasn't small, but compared to the Pang clan, Skyfire clan, and Kangling clan, it was still a lot weaker. If the Pang clan and the other two clans were super forces, then the Shimin clan could only be considered as a second-rate force. It was incomparable to a first-rate force like the Pang clan. "Master." At this time, in a courtyard of the City Lord Manor, Shimin Ejian knelt in front of Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's clone was sitting cross-legged under a big tree, but his eyelids didn't even twitch. The sword slave didn't enter the courtyard. Instead, he stood guard outside. Time trickled by. 2 hours had passed. Shimin Ejian, who was kneeling in front of Gu Fei's clone, didn't dare to get up because Gu Fei's clone hadn't said anything yet. The two battle formations that were facing each other in the sky had already retreated. 4 hours passed. 6 hours passed. Shimin Ejian was still kneeling on the ground, motionless. He didn't even raise his head. As long as Gu Fei's clone didn't ask him to get up, he would never get up. Shimonijian knelt for more than 6 hours before Gu Fei exhaled and opened his eyes. Master, when Shimonijian saw that Gu Fei's clone had stopped cultivating, he was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 3578. The Shimin clan chose to stand on Gu Fei's side, and they decided to send their army to join Song Kei's camp to suppress the Pang clan. However, the East Continent's God clan army became nervous because of the appearance of the Shimin clan's army. The two battle formations faced each other in the sky. However, the Shimin clan's battle formation and the East Continent's Black Snake clan's battle formation retreated very quickly. Song Kei had already received the news that Gu Fei's clone had accepted Shimonijian as his disciple. To Song Kei, this was definitely a good thing. The Shimin clan was a local force in the Central Continent, and the other forces in the Central Continent found it hard to believe that the Shimin clan had sided with Song Quebec. One must know that the Pang clan was extremely powerful, and the other forces in the Central Continent did not think highly of Song Quebec. However, some forces in the Central Continent had a different view of Song Kei's God clan army. One must know that the East Continent's God clan army had defeated the Pang clan's ancient soldiers not long ago. The achievements of Song Kei's God clan army shocked all the forces in the Central Continent. At this moment, Song Kei's figure appeared outside the courtyard where Gu Fei's clone was. He was here to look for Gu Fei's clone to understand the Shimin clan. However, just as Song Kei was about to enter the courtyard, the sword slave suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Song Kei frowned when he saw the sword slave. The sword slave's cultivation and combat strength were definitely not below his, and he did not want to offend the sword slave. Come in. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the courtyard, and the sword slave retreated to the side. Song Kei glanced at the sword slave and walked into the courtyard. When he arrived at the courtyard, he saw Gu Fei's clone sitting cross-legged on a big rock under a big tree, and a young cultivator was standing beside him. This young cultivator's cultivation was very weak, but the sword aura that emanated from his body was extremely sharp. A sword Dao cultivator? Song Kei was very curious as to why Gu Fei would accept such a disciple. What benefits did it bring him? Shimin clan was only a second-rate force in the Central Continent, not even a first-rate force. Gu Fei's clone naturally wouldn't accept such a disciple for the sake of Shimin clan. In fact, what Song Kei didn't know was that the reason why Gu Fei's doppelganger accepted this disciple was mostly due to a whim. This is Shimonijian, my disciple. Gu Fei's doppelganger jumped down from the boulder and came to the side of the stone table. He took out 2 jade cups and a jade pot and pulled out the stopper. A faint fragrance of wine immediately filled the air. This is... Song Kei was shocked when he smelled the wine fragrance. At this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger had already filled 2 cups of wine and put away the jade pot. Song Kei lowered his head and saw that the cup of wine in front of him was extremely clear, like spring water without any impurities. The faint fragrance of the wine made him feel intoxicated even before he drank it. This was a kind of wine that Gu Fei brewed with the peaches of immortality in his spare time, and he named it the Immortality Peach Wine. The Immortality Peaches from the Immortality Peach trees that were transplanted into his inner world were quasi-immortal divine medicines. There was definitely no one else in the ancestral god realm who could brew wine with quasi-immortal herbs. One should know that even if someone had a quasi-immortal herb, they would definitely not be willing to use it to brew wine. This was because in the eyes of others, using quasi-immortal herbs to brew wine was definitely a wastrel. Great wine. Song Kei picked up the wine cup and tasted it bit by bit. This was simply the best divine wine in the world. A single drop could bring a person back to life. The medicinal power of the quasi-immortal herb spread in Song Kei's body, causing his qi and blood to flourish and his vitality to become stronger. What wine is this? Song Kei said after finishing a cup of Immortality Peach Wine. He was not satisfied. Peach wine. Gu Fei's clone said with a smile. Peach wine. Song Kei was taken aback when he heard that. He then said, is this wine brewed using the peach tree of immortality from the legendary peach tree of immortality? Peach tree of immortality? Gu Fei's clone said with a smile. It's not that exaggerated. It's just a wine brewed using the peach tree of immortality. Quasi-immortal wine? Song Ke was still taken aback when he heard that. Shimonijian, who was standing behind Gu Fei's clone, was already dumbfounded by Gu Fei's clone and Song Ke's words. His master actually used quasi-immortal herbs to brew wine? He had only heard of people using quasi-immortal herbs to refine pills. When had he ever heard of someone using quasi-immortal herbs to brew wine? Can I have another cup? Song Ke said with a smile. No. Gu Fei's clone rejected immediately. It was not easy to brew such a wine. He only had one pot with him, and it would be gone once he finished it. Sigh. Song Ke smiled and did not insist. What business do you have with me? Gu Fei's clone asked. Nothing much. I just want to borrow a few min from you. Song Ke went straight to the point. Sure. I can lend you the min I brought. Gu Fei's clone did not hesitate. He knew that the upcoming battle was extremely important to Quebec. If he won, Song Ke could continue to dominate the ancestral god realm. If he lost, Song Ke could only return to the eastern continent. This time, Gu Fei's real body did not come to the central continent. Only his clone had come. No one knew what other trump cards the Pang clan had up their sleeves. Thanks, I owe you another favor. Song Ke was overjoyed. He was confident now. It's good that you know. Gu Fei's clone didn't stand on ceremony with Quebec. Since he owed Song Ke a favor, he had to return it. When Gu Fei wanted Song Ke to do something, Song Ke couldn't say no. I'll take my leave then. I won't disturb you from teaching your disciples. Song Ke had achieved his goal, so he naturally had to leave. Get lost. Now. Gu Fei's clone waved his hand. Song Ke walked out of the courtyard with a smile. He brought the sword slave, divine monster, and Nye Jingyun with him. He was not Gu Fei's man, but a helper. Old ancestor Luo Xiao was also brought away by Quebec. In fact, Song Ke came to Gu Fei's clone to bring the sword slave away. As for divine monster and old ancestor Luo Xiao, he did not place much importance on them. With the sword slave, he had a 60% chance of defeating the Pang clan. The Pang clan was a super force in the central continent. But now, Song Ke wanted to challenge the entire Pang clan. The outcome was unpredictable. I'm afraid he's going to make a move. Gu Fei's clone muttered in the courtyard. Sure, but if you surrender unconditionally, everything will be fine, right? Haha. The group of East Continent experts in the hall burst into laughter. Hearing the ridicule from the East Continent experts in the hall, the emissary from the Pang clan was so angry that his lips moved, but no words came out in the end. All right, scram. Go back and tell that ancestor of your clan that I'm going to exterminate the Pang clan. Tell him to wash his neck clean and wait. Song Ke shouted. At this moment, the emissary from the Pang clan felt his body lighten, and the powerful aura emitted from his body disappeared. The emissary of the Pang clan cupped his hands at Song Ke, who was sitting on the throne, and said nothing. He turned around and walked out of the hall, then soared into the sky and left East Sky City. However, the emissary of the Pang clan landed on a mountain peak 100 miles away from East Sky City. His face suddenly flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned extremely pale. Song Ke, the emissary of the Pang clan, had a ferocious look in his eyes. Then, he took out a jade talisman and crushed it. A ball of divine light immediately burst out from the broken jade talisman and instantly enveloped him. In the next moment, the emissary of the Pang clan disappeared into thin air with a whoosh. He was nowhere to be seen. Soon, a ball of divine light appeared on a teleportation formation platform in the depths of the Pang clan's ancestral land. Then, a figure appeared in the divine light. When the divine light dissipated, a figure stood on the teleportation formation platform. This person was the emissary of the Pang clan who had just crushed the jade talisman. The emissary of the Pang clan directly soared into the sky from the formation platform and rushed towards the ancestral hall in the sky. The emissary of the Pang clan entered the ancestral hall directly and saw a group of ancestor-level existences sitting in the ancestral hall. The ancestor sat on the throne and looked at him. The emissary of the Pang clan could not help but sweat when he saw this. He arrived before the ancestor's throne anxiously and knelt down. How did it go? Asked the ancestor of the Pang clan on the throne. Ancestor, Song Ke doesn't know what's good for him. He actually refused to reconcile, and even said that he wanted to destroy our Pang clan. The emissary of the Pang clan told him what had happened in East Sky City. What? He's gone too far. Who does Song Ke think he is? How dare he say such arrogant things? If he wants to fight, let's fight. Are we afraid of Song Ke? Hearing the words of the emissary of the Pang clan, the ancestral hall of the Pang clan was in an uproar. One should know that since the War of Gods and Demons, no one had dared to say that they wanted to destroy the Pang clan. So what if Song Ke unified the East Continent? This wasn't the East Continent. In that case, let's fight, said the ancestor of the Pang clan expressionlessly as he glanced at the experts of the Pang clan in the hall. I wanted to use this method to make the East Continent Celestial Race Army relax. It seems like this plan won't work. Pang Jinwan sighed and said, if it doesn't work, we'll fight them head-on. An ancestor of the Pang clan said coldly. Although the Pang clan had lost thousands of ancient soldiers, they were still powerful and had trump cards in their hands. How's the preparation? The ancestor of the Pang clan asked Pang Jinwan. Pang Jinwan hurriedly said, everything is ready. As long as Lord Primogenitor gives the order, our clan's army will sweep through the East Continent's army. Let's begin. As the progenitor of the Pang clan spoke, his eyes emitted a sharp glare. Yes, ancestor. Pang Jinhuan quickly accepted the order and walked out of the ancestral hall. Just as the ancestor of the Pang clan was about to make a move, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky outside of the Zhongtian city. An extremely sharp wave of sword qi erupted from the figure. Enemy attack. In the next moment, there was an angry roar that spread throughout the entire Zhongtian city. Then, the entire Zhongtian city was enveloped by a ball of divine light. Rumble, a battle formation formed by the soldiers of the Pang clan, rushed out of the Zhongtian city and charged towards the figure outside the city. Oomph! The person sneered and waved his sword. A destructive force immediately erupted from his sword light. In the next moment, the soldiers that were charging at the front were instantly split into two. The disciples of the Qin clan who saw this scene in the Zhongtian city were shocked. Who is that person? How can he be so ferocious? Someone cried out in surprise. A single sword strike had broken a 10,000-man battle formation of the Pang clan. In the entire ancestral god realm, there were only one or two people who could do this, and the sword slave was one of them. It was the sword slave who had attacked. With his cultivation, he had not only broken a 10,000-man battle formation of the Pang clan with a single sword strike, but he had also killed thousands of soldiers. It was as if there was a rain of blood in the sky, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. The remaining soldiers were scared half to death by this scene. They immediately scattered in all directions, not daring to fight the sword slave. Swoosh! At this moment, a beam of divine light shot up from the Zhongtian city and pierced through the sword slave. But in the next moment, the sword slave's figure disappeared into the void. The divine light had only pierced through an afterimage and did not harm the sword slave. Kill. The sword slave's figure appeared in the sky above the Zhongtian city, and then he slashed down with his sword. An extremely sharp sword light immediately rushed out of his hand and fell down. The sword light slashed down on the light shield of the defensive formation, and the entire light shield covering the Zhongtian city shook violently. The power of the defensive formation of the Zhongtian city had actually blocked the sword slave's attack. Kill. An expert of the Pang clan, who had regained his senses, immediately rushed out of the Zhongtian city and attacked the sword slave. His powerful aura seemed to be able to crush the heavens and earth. The defensive formation of the Zhongtian city was really amazing. People outside couldn't enter, but people inside could rush out. The expert of the Pang clan was definitely at the level of an ancestor. He attacked the sword slave aggressively, and a huge golden hand reached out to grab the sword slave. In the next moment, a scene that shocked all the cultivators in the Zhongtian city appeared. The sword slave slashed out again, and with a flash of sword light, the huge golden hand was split in half. Even the ancestor of the Pang clan was split in half. What? The disciples of the Pang clan in the Zhongtian city were all dumbfounded. The high and mighty ancestor was actually killed by that person with a single slash? At this time, there were many divine armies gathered near the Zhongtian city. Attack! A battle formation of 10,000 people charged over from the distance. Then, rays of divine light rushed out of the battle formation and pierced through the sword slave. The powerful waves of energy shook the heavens and the void. Swoosh! The sword slave soared into the sky, completely ignoring the penetrating divine light. The divine light directly shattered in the void, not even touching the sword slave's clothes. The sword slave was protected by sword chi, and no one could break through its protective sword chi. What? Seeing this scene, an elder in the battle formation of 10,000 people from the Pang clan was indescribably shocked. Retreat. Chapter 3580. The entire Pang clan was shaken by the fact that the sword slave had charged into Zhongtian city all by himself. The sword slave's actions shocked not only the Pang clan, but the other clans as well. It should be known that Zhongtian city was one of the Pang clan's lair. Although it was not as important as the Pang clan's ancestral land, the fact that the sword slave had dared to charge into the city alone was beyond everyone's expectations. The sword slave's actions disrupted the Pang clan's plans. At that moment, the sword slave turned into a ray of sword light and descended into the Pang clan's battle formation. In the next moment, a wave of sword light spread out from the Pang clan's battle formation. Virum. With a sword hum, countless rays of sword light pierced through the wave of sword light. In an instant, countless Pang clan soldiers were pierced by the rays of sword light. They died instantly and fell from the sky. In an instant, countless Pang clan soldiers and battle beasts fell from the sky like dumplings falling into a pot. Cries of surprise rang out from Zhongtian city. How is this possible? The city lord of Zhongtian city's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw this. He shot up into the sky and attacked the figure wreaking havoc in the Pang clan's battle formation. Boom! A black sledgehammer descended from the sky and blasted towards the figure in the Pang clan's battle formation. The sledgehammer erupted with powerful waves of divine power. Countless bolts of lightning fell from the sledgehammer like dragons, blasting towards the sword slave. This was an extremely powerful divine weapon, infinitely close to an extreme divine weapon. Furthermore, it was a divine weapon of lightning. Endless bolts of lightning descended from the sky and blasted the sword slave's body. Some of the Pang clan soldiers and battle beasts were also affected. They were struck by the bolts of lightning and instantly turned into ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. The sword slave was bathed in lightning. The bolts of lightning bombarded the sword slave's body, but they did not cause him any harm at all. Even his clothes were not damaged by the bolts of lightning. Humph! The sword slave snorted coldly. In the next moment, an even more powerful force of the way of the sword erupted. The bolts of lightning that were bombarding him were immediately repelled. Boom! The sword slave did not draw his sword. Instead, he punched the sledgehammer upwards. A violent force of the way of the sword erupted from his fist. With just a single strike, the sword servant had blasted the sledgehammer flying. What? When the city lord of Zhongtian city saw this, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. His Thunder Dao God weapon had actually been blasted away. He stretched out his hand and retrieved the hammer. The Zhongtian city lord looked down and saw that there was a fist mark on the hammer in his hand. The Dao pattern inside had actually been damaged. This guy, the Zhongtian city lord, gnashed his teeth and glared at the sword slave. Where did this fellow come from? How could he be so powerful? The appearance of the sword slave threw the Pang clan into chaos. The sword slave was mysterious and powerful, and the Pang clan didn't have any information about it. The Pang clan was in trouble. The sword slaves were an unpredictable variable in this battle. The celestial race army in the East continent wasn't actually scary. The scary ones were Gu Fei's group. Even if Zhang Ke had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to offend the Pang race. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's support, it would be difficult for Zhang Ke to unify the East continent. It could be said that the real opponent of the Pang clan wasn't Zhang Ke, but Gu Fei. The higher-ups of the Pang clan heaved a sigh of relief when they found out that Gu Fei's real body didn't follow Zhang Ke's army to the central continent. However, They had already found out that Gu Fei's clone had come to the central continent. Divine thunder of destruction. At this moment, the Zhongtian city lord of the Pang clan went all out. His entire body radiated with dazzling lightning, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread across the sky and the ground. The sledgehammer in his hand turned into a ball of lightning and flew out from his hand, blasting towards the sword slave. Boom! With a loud bang, the ball of lightning instantly blasted the sword slave's body and blasted him away. However, the sword slave quickly stopped retreating. The powerful sword Dao immortal body didn't seem to be damaged at all. He walked over from afar step by step, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Although he already knew how powerful the sword slave was, the Zhongtian city lord was still shocked when he saw this scene. The sword slave emitted an indomitable aura of an expert. The dragon-like muscles on the sword Dao immortal body were filled with terrifying power. At this moment, the Zhongtian city lord's expression was extremely ugly. This guy was simply impossible to defeat. Where did Song Ke find such a powerful helper? As the sword slave walked, the entire void fluctuated, and an endless murderous aura shrouded the entire world. Not only did the Zhongtian city lord feel the endless pressure, but the experts of the Pang clan in the city also felt the endless pressure. At this time, the Pang clan's 10,000-man battle formation that had just rushed out of Zhongtian City had already been broken. Among the 10,000 people, only 2,000 or 3,000 could survive. The surviving soldiers of the Pang clan were all scared out of their wits, and they fled far away. What kind of enemy was the most terrifying in the world? Enemies that were completely flawless and invincible were the most terrifying. The sword slave now was like a terrifying god of death, displaying his undefeatable battle strength. In the eyes of the Zhongtian city lord, the sword slave was a humanoid sword of slaughter, without any flaws. At this moment, the Zhongtian city lord firmly grasped the huge hammer in his hand. A layer of sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. A wave of yuan qi flowed from his hand into the hammer, and dazzling bolts of lightning immediately appeared on the hammer. The sword slave didn't speak, but directly pressed towards the Zhongtian city lord. At this moment, there was an angry roar from the city, and another figure rushed out of the city. Boom! With a bang, that person instantly appeared high in the sky. His body seemed to be on fire, and golden divine light exploded. The golden essence of the divine way instantly penetrated this person's body, and the dazzling light was so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. The surging golden light was like the sacred fire of the heavens, surrounding his body, making him look like a golden ancestor of war. This person held a golden divine sword in his hand. Clang! With a clang, the divine sword immediately emitted a dazzling beam of light. The sword light expanded from 3 feet long to more than 3 feet long, and its brilliance was dazzling and breathtaking. Playing with swords in front of me? The sword slave glanced at the middle-aged expert and said disdainfully, "Humph." The man sneered and then attacked. With a wave of his hand, a golden sword light like a golden Milky Way strangled the sword slave in front of him. The peerless sword light and extraordinary divine sword gave the middle-aged warrior from the Pang clan incomparable confidence. With the divine weapon in his hand, he might be able to kill this guy. The sword in the middle-aged warrior's hand was undoubtedly a good sword, but unfortunately, his target was the sword slave. At the same time, the Zhongtian city lord also launched a fierce attack on the sword slave. The power of lightning exploded, and for a moment, sword qi crisscrossed in the sky. Lightning tore through the sky, and destructive energy fluctuated violently. The peerless sword light tore through the void. The bolts of lightning that were like divine lightning from the heavens, and the vast energy fluctuations caused the world to tremble. Countless cultivators in the Zhongtian city saw this scene in the sky, and they were all stunned. Crack! With a loud sound, the golden sword light collapsed and turned into specks of golden light that rushed in all directions. The golden light exploded into a vast energy storm. Rumble! The sky was shaking, the earth was trembling, and the space was distorted. A figure flashed by, and an arm flew out of the energy storm, and then was blasted into ashes by the power of lightning. At the same time, The figure flashed out of the energy storm like the wind and rushed toward a huge ball of lightning that was falling from the sky. The figure seemed to be invincible, and the lightning that bombarded the ball of lightning could not get close to him. Swoosh! A figure flashed past again, and the destructive lightning ball that came crashing down from the sky was instantly split into two halves. A stream of fresh blood that carried an electric light suddenly appeared. The figure in the ball of destructive lightning was instantly chopped in half at the waist. The two halves of the body fell from the sky, and the lightning that filled the sky dissipated into the void. Along with the falling body was a sledgehammer that had also been chopped in half. How is this possible? The cultivators of the big clan in the Zhongtian city were all scared and dumbfounded. Their city lord was actually killed. This was too unbelievable. One must know that the city lord was a high and mighty existence in the eyes of the cultivators of the big clan in the city, but now that existence had become a cold corpse. You. At this moment, a horrified voice sounded, and the golden sword light collapsed. An extremely disheveled figure appeared in the sky. The man's right arm had already disappeared. This was the expert who had rushed out of the Zhongtian city and joined forces with the city lord to attack the sword slave. This expert was also an expert in the big clan, and he was an expert in the sword. Cultivators of the way of the sword were not strong enough before the sword slave. Playing with the sword before the sword slave was no different from seeking death. The expert's divine sword had already been destroyed by the sword slave, and it shattered into countless rays of golden light. The expert was not going to survive, and an aura of death appeared on his face. In the next moment, the expert's entire body was turned into a cloud of blood mist by the power of the way of the sword that had erupted from his body, and his body and soul were directly destroyed. Woo! At this moment, the sound of a horn was suddenly heard from the horizon. Then, countless figures rushed over from the distant sky, their banners fluttering in the wind, and a terrifying murderous aura arrived. The cultivators of the big clan in the Zhongtian city were all extremely shocked. The army of the East continent has arrived? How is this possible? There was a commotion in the Zhongtian city, and all the cultivators in the city could not remain calm. When the East continent had fallen, all the cultivators in the city had been killed. Chapter 3581. At this moment, everyone in Central Heaven City was in danger. A group of soldiers appeared in the distant sky and charged towards Central Heaven City. Their murderous aura filled every inch of the void. How is this possible? Central Heaven City could be said to be the most important of the 5 divine cities in the central continent. Countless cultivators and mortals lived in the city. More than 90% of these cultivators were disciples of the Pang clan, and the remaining less than 10% were inextricably linked to the Pang clan. It was absolutely impossible to cultivate in Central Heaven City without some kind of relationship with the Pang clan. It should be noted that Central Heaven City was very unusual. The entire city was set up in a super spirit gathering formation. This super spirit gathering formation was very powerful. Not only could it attract the essence of the ancestral veins of the earth, but it could also attract the essence of the sky. Cultivating in Central Heaven City was naturally much faster than cultivating in other places. The entire Central Heaven City was not inferior to those grotto heavens and ancestral lands. Even though there were countless cultivators and mortals living in Central Heaven City, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered here was enough for cultivators to cultivate. Cultivators' cultivation consumed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Places with too little spiritual energy were not suitable for cultivation. The higher the cultivator's cultivation, the more spiritual energy he needed. For an existence of Gu phase level, the amount of spiritual energy required for cultivation was massive. However, there was simply too much spiritual energy gathered in a place like Zhongtian City. Even quasi-supremes could cultivate here. It could be said that Central Heaven City was very important to the Pang clan and was regarded as their second ancestral land. However, at this time, the second ancestral land of the Pang clan was under attack. The Pang clan was originally going to war with Songkei's East Continent Celestial Race Army. There were more than 300,000 Pang clan soldiers gathered in Central Heaven City. However, As soon as the sword slaves attacked, they defeated a 10,000-man battle formation and killed countless celestial race soldiers. Such a loss might not be a big deal to the Pang clan, but the morale of the Pang clan's army was affected. Rumble, banners fluttered in the wind, beasts stepped into the air, and the entire world shook. A battle formation rushed towards Zhongtian City from afar. In just a few breaths, the battle formation had already reached the sky above Zhongtian City. However, with the protection of Zhongtian City's Great City Protecting Formation, the battle formation in the sky would not be able to break into Zhongtian City in a short time. What's going on? How did they get here so quickly? The cultivators of Pang Clan in Zhongtian City were no longer calm. Their emissary had just returned from Dongtian City, but the Eastern Continent's army had already made their move. It looked like Song Ke didn't want to make peace with the Pang Clan at all. Instead, he wanted to fight to the death with them. At this moment, the sky above Zhongtian City was densely packed with figures. This was the battle formation of the deity clan of the East Continent. Countless deity clans' deity warriors formed this battle formation. The person commanding the deity race's battle formation was the deity race's current leader. The deity race's leader rode a chariot pulled by 9 flood dragons and stopped in the center of the battle formation. A powerful aura of the divine way erupted from the chariot, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. After killing the city lord and the middle-aged warrior of Zhongtian City, the sword slave stood there quietly, and the aura of the sword way on his body actually retracted. At this time, there were about 300,000 Pang Clan soldiers in Zhongtian City, but they were blocked in the city and did not dare to fight. At the same time, outside the ancestral grounds of the Pang Clan, there were also incomparably powerful beings suddenly attacking. If the people of the ancestral grounds hadn't activated the Great City Protecting Formation in time, those people would have already killed their way into the ancestral grounds. What's going on? The entire Pang Clan was shocked. Everyone was inexplicably shocked and dumbfounded. The other party's movements were too fast, and they had suddenly attacked the ancestral grounds of the Pang Clan. Preposterous. In the ancestral hall of the Pang Clan's ancestral grounds, the ancestor of the Pang Clan was furious. That Song Ke is simply courting death. How dare he attack our ancestral grounds? Has Song Ke gone mad? The higher-ups of the Pang Clan in the ancestral hall were shocked and furious. One had to know that the Pang Clan was one of the 3 major superpowers of the central continent, and their status in the ancestral god realm was incomparably transcendent. But now, Song Ke had actually dared to challenge the Pang Clan, and the East Continent's army had directly attacked the ancestral grounds of the Pang Clan. This was absolutely a great humiliation to the Pang Clan. The current clan lord of the Pang Clan, Pang Zhenhuan, directly rushed out of the ancestral hall and arrived high in the sky. Through the Great City Protecting Formation, he stared at the battle formation opposite him. There were figures outside, and it seemed that Song Ke had directly led the main force of the East Continent's army here. This lunatic. It was impossible for Pang Zhenhuan not to be moved as he looked at the boundless battle formation outside. The power gathered by the East Continent's divine race's ancestral grounds was too great, but it did not exceed Tian Fa's red line. Song Ke and the others were controlling the power of the battle formation. Pang Zhenhuan, do you dare to come out and fight? At this moment, a loud roar came from the East Continent's battle formation. Then, Pang Zhenhuan saw a general walking out from the East Continent's battle formation. It was a general wearing battle armor, holding a large halberd, and riding on a flaming Qilin colt. A powerful murderous aura erupted from this divine general. Peng Shi. Pang Zhenhuan's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw the divine general. The Pang clan had investigated the East Continent's army quite thoroughly, and they knew how many experts there were in the East Continent's army. Peng Shi was an expert of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, and with Song Ke's help, his cultivation had broken through to the quasi-supremacy realm. However, Pang Zhenhuan's cultivation was at the quasi-supremacy realm, and Peng Shi actually dared to challenge him? At this moment, Pang Zhenhuan laughed out of anger. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Pang Zhenhuan was about to walk out of the Great City Protecting Formation. Clan Lord, please wait. At this moment, a figure rushed out from behind Pang Zhenhuan. Pang Zhenhuan immediately retracted his foot. Clanlord, there's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Let me test him. The person didn't wait for Pang Jianhuan to speak and directly walked out of the ancestral land's Great City Protecting Formation. The Pang clan's Great City Protecting Formation was very mysterious. Outsiders couldn't enter, but those inside could. After exiting the Great City Protecting Formation, the Pang clan's members only needed to crush the Jade Talisman on them to instantly teleport back to the ancestral land. Pang Jianhuan wanted to call the person back, but after thinking about it, he didn't. This person was his right-hand man, and also his nephew. Pang Fanyun was one of the top existences in Pang Jianhuan's lineage, and also had a quasi-supremacy realm cultivation. Pang Jianhuan thought, it's good to let Fanyun test this guy's strength first. At this moment, battle formations rushed out of the Pang clan's Great City Protecting Formation. Each battle formation had at least 10,000 people, and the largest battle formation had at least 100,000 people. The Pang clan's army of 500,000 people rushed out, and the shocking murderous aura they exuded was no weaker than the battle formations outside. Kill. Kill. Without any superfluous words, Peng Shi and Pang Fanyun directly rushed towards each other. The two experts moved quickly in the void, causing the void to tremble. The aura of a quasi-supremacy realm expert spread out, and all the experts below the quasi-supremacy realm felt a great pressure. Roar. Uneasy roars of battle beasts came from Song Kei's army. The soldiers that formed the battle formations had the lowest cultivation, but they didn't feel much pressure, because after forming the battle formation, the power gathered by the battle formation protected them. Boom! At this time, Peng Shi's body burst with dazzling golden light, and a golden divine rock rushed out from his body, pouncing towards Pang Fanyun. Oomph! Pang Fanyun snorted disdainfully, then his body shook, and a black dragon shadow immediately rushed out from his body, instantly colliding with the golden divine rock. Boom! With a loud bang, the two quasi-supremacy realm forces suddenly erupted, and the divine rock and black dragon shadows directly collapsed, and the two figures simultaneously flew backwards. Clang! Peng Shi's battle intent was like a rainbow, and a pair of golden wings suddenly appeared on his back. With a flap of the golden wings, countless golden rays immediately rushed out from the golden wings and pierced towards Pang Fanyun, covering the sky and covering the earth. Haha, good. Pang Fanyun laughed, and with a sway of his body, his whole body disappeared in the void. The next moment, a pitch-black vortex appeared in the void, and a powerful devouring power came out from the vortex. The void around the vortex collapsed continuously, as if the whole world was about to be devoured by the black vortex. Countless piercing golden sword lights were actually devoured by the black vortex, and all of them disappeared in the vortex. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook, and the pitch-black vortex actually directly swallowed Peng Shi. Want to devour me? Do you have the ability to do so? Peng Shi said disdainfully, and at this time, the flaming Qilin colt under him opened its mouth, and actually spat out a mouthful of divine fire, which directly burned towards the black vortex. The divine fire burned the void until it was annihilated. The flaming Qilin colt was a divine steed with the bloodline of the fire Qilin, and it was extremely powerful. Even if it wasn't at the quasi-supremacy realm, its cultivation was still at the peak of the holy venerate. However, in the eyes of Pang Fanyun, this kind of cultivation was in existence like an ant. The black vortex swallowed the divine fire that the flaming Qilin colt spat out, and Peng Shi and the flaming Qilin colt both flew towards the vortex. Boom! Peng Shi's body erupted with an even more powerful divine Dao power, and a golden divine rock like a huge mountain rushed out from his body. The divine rock crashed head-on into the black hole that was devouring it. The vortex black hole immediately collapsed. Chapter 3582. The chaotic Golden Rock clan's celestial race army arrived outside the Pang clan's ancestral land. Everyone in the Pang clan was dumbfounded. No one expected Song Kei to make such a move. There were no signs beforehand. Song Kei was indeed a big move. He actually managed to hide such a big move from all the Pang clan spies. The Pang clan was a superpower in the central continent. Their spies could be found all over the central continent. Even in Song Kei's camp, there were spies planted by the Pang clan. However, the Pang clan spies did not send back any information. The Pang clan's hasty response to the battle was disrupted by Tsang Quebec. The 500,000-strong Pang clan army was blocked in the Pang clan's ancestral land by the East Continent's celestial race army led by Tsang Quebec. This made the Pang clan's patriarch, Pang Jinwan, so depressed that he almost vomited blood. At this time, the chaotic Golden Rock clan's expert, Pang Shi, and the Pang clan's expert, Pang Fanyun, were engaged in a fierce battle. The energy fluctuations from the two experts were extremely powerful. Rumble. High up in the sky, the black vortex was collapsing. The golden rock that collided with the black vortex was also dissipating. Specks of golden radiance scattered and disappeared into the void. Buzz. At this time, a sword chime was heard. Pang Shi displayed the golden rock divine sword. With a wave of his right hand, 9 sword lights immediately rushed out and pierced towards Pang Fanyun. The 9 sword lights were extremely fast and actually pierced through Pang Fanyun, who had just appeared in the void. What? Pang Fanyun looked down at the 9 bloody holes on his body in disbelief. He could feel his vitality rapidly flowing away as the destructive sword chi invaded his body. Fanyun. Seeing this scene, Pang Jinwan panicked. He hurriedly rushed out of the defensive array to save Pang Fanyun. One must know that Pang Fanyun was his nephew. However, just as Pang Jinwan rushed out of the defensive array, a figure also rushed out from Song Kei's camp. Go to hell. Pang Jinwan directly slammed his palm towards Pang Shi. The powerful energy of a quasi-supreme realm erupted from his palm, causing the entire sky to darken. This was the Pang clan's signature mystique, the heaven-flipping palm. Pang Shi was taken aback. He felt as if the universe had really turned upside down. His entire body started tumbling in the void as the terrifying divine power obliterated him. Just as Pang Shi was about to be struck by Pang Jinwan's palm, the figure that charged out from Song Kei's camp also made a move. Bam! A palm stretched out from the side and collided with Pang Jinwan's palm. A dull sound rang out, and in the next moment, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Pang Jinwan was directly sent flying and crashed into the light screen formed by the power of the Guardian Formation. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the vast power directly turned Pang Fanyun into a bloody mist, his body and soul destroyed. Among the younger generation of the Pang clan, an elite who had the highest chance of becoming a peak quasi-supreme had actually died just like that. Both his body and soul had been destroyed. No. Pang Jinwan's eyes reddened when he saw this scene. Pang Jingtian. Pang Jinwan stared fiercely at an old man in front of him, his eyes filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear Pang Jingtian into a million pieces, but the other party's cultivation was clearly above his. What, you want to fight? Pang Jingtian looked coldly at the Pang clan leader and said disdainfully. He didn't take this guy seriously at all. At this moment, Pang Shi reached out and collected all the things that had fallen from Pang Fanyun's body. Pang Fanyun's body had been destroyed, and all his things had fallen out. When one's cultivation reached the quasi-supreme level, they would naturally have their own internal world. But after Pang Fanyun's death, his internal world naturally collapsed. Pang Shi took it and retreated. He knew very well that he could no longer interfere in a battle of this level. Damn it! Pang Jinwan was furious. This guy actually dared to underestimate him. Kill! Pang Jingtian didn't waste any more time and directly reached out to grab Pang Jinwan. A golden rock claw rushed out from his hand. The golden rock claw tore through the void and was about to grab Pang Jinwan. At this moment, a ball of divine light suddenly burst out from Pang Jinwan's body. In the next moment, he passed through the light screen behind him and entered the protective array. Swoosh! Pang Jingtian's golden rock claw directly grabbed the light screen. The light screen trembled, and lines of divine runes appeared and intertwined. Even someone as strong as Pang Jingtian couldn't break the protective array of the Pang clan's ancestral land. What a powerful protective array! Pang Jingtian felt a powerful force rebounding back and pushed him back a few steps. At this moment, the East Continent's army outside the ancestral land of the Pang clan began to move. dazzling divine light burst out from the battle formations, and the terrifying power of the divine path erupted. Kill. A battle formation of 50,000 divine race soldiers made their move. The 50,000 soldiers roared at the same time as they stabbed out with their spears. The strength of 50,000 soldiers instantly converged together. Swoosh! A terrifying divine light rushed out from the battle formation and turned into a huge spear that pierced through the protective array of the Pang clan. This was not as simple as the power of 50,000 celestial soldiers gathered together. With the amplification effect of the battle formation, the combined power of 50,000 celestial soldiers had at least doubled. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge spear collided with the protective array of the Pang clan's ancestral land. The entire array trembled, and the light screen rippled like water. Countless divine runes intertwined to form an ancient array diagram, gathering unimaginable power to block this earth-shattering attack. In the next moment, the huge spear instantly shattered into specks of divine light, and was completely devoured by the protective array of the Pang clan's ancestral land. What? Seeing this, the leaders of the East Continent's celestial army were shocked. The protective array of the Pang clan's ancestral land could actually devour the power of the array. Didn't this mean that the more they attacked the array, the more powerful it would be? Swoosh! At this moment, a shocking sword light rushed out from the battle formation of the Shiman clan and slashed at the light screen formed by the protective array of the Pang clan's ancestral land. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was destroyed. However, a shocking scene appeared. The shocking sword light that slashed at the light screen gradually weakened, and in the end, it was also swallowed by the protective formation. The leaders of the East Continent's celestial army were dumbfounded. This formation could actually devour other powers. How is this possible? How could such a formation be broken? Song Ke, attack if you can. Pang Jinhuan looked at the countless celestial soldiers of the East Continent proudly. Want to attack the ancestral land? Wishful thinking. Ever since the three ancestors of the Pang clan set up this formation, no one had ever been able to break it. In other words, no one had ever been able to break through the protective array of the Pang clan's ancestral land and attack the ancestral land. At this moment, the celestial army of the East Continent had already surrounded the entire ancestral land of the Pang clan. The formation masters of the East Continent were carving formation runes around the ancestral land. Even if they couldn't attack the ancestral land, they could still trap the army of the Pang clan in the ancestral land. This time, Song Ke had made all the preparations to attack the Pang clan. He had gathered all the formation masters of the East Continent and was going to set up a 10 Extremes formation outside the ancestral land of the Pang clan. The 10 Extremes formation contained 10 extremes. Once trapped in the 10 Extremes formation, the descendants of the Pang clan in the ancestral land wouldn't be able to escape. Even the ancestral veins of the earth would be suppressed by the power of the 10 Extremes formation. Without the support of the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth, the protective array of the Pang clan would collapse by itself. At that time, the Pang clan would be annihilated. Trying to set up the 10 Extremes formation to trap us? At this moment, in the ancestral palace in the depths of the ancestral land of the Pang clan, the ancestor of the Pang clan couldn't remain calm on the throne. The 10 Extremes formation could prohibit everything. If the formation masters brought by Song Ke were to successfully set up such a formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, to stop Song Ke, they would have to leave the protective array. Once they did, the people of the Pang clan would become the target of the attack. No one wanted to go out and die. Song Ke's army had already set up a formation, and the 500,000 soldiers in the ancestral land of the Pang clan couldn't rush out at all. At this time, the Pang clan received a continuous stream of talismans from Zhongtian City, but they couldn't send a single soldier to support Zhongtian City. Pang Jinhuan and the others could only worry helplessly. Even if there was a transportation array in the ancestral land of the Pang clan, it would be difficult to teleport them out. The void of the entire ancestral land of the Pang clan was sealed. Outside Zhongtian City, the sword slaves and the deity race's army blocked the 300,000 soldiers of the Pang clan. The higher-ups of the Pang clan were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. They wanted to fight against the army of the East Continent led by Quebec. Who knew that Ke would do this? The other forces in the Central Continent were also dumbfounded. When had the powerful Pang clan ever been so passive and embarrassed? At this time, the forces of the Heavenly Fire clan, which had been defeated by the Pang clan, took advantage of this time to regroup and attack the other cities controlled by the Pang clan. For a moment, the flames of war rose everywhere in the Central Continent, and the situation became even more turbulent. In the southern region of the Central Continent, the army of the South Continent made a move again. Countless soldiers from the South Continent directly surrounded Nantillon City. It was only a matter of time before Nantillon City was breached. The forces of the Pang clan in the city couldn't stop the army of the South Continent at all. One had to know that there was a Saber Emperor in the army of the South Continent who was no weaker than Nan Batian. There was no doubt that Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin was powerful. It could be said that the current Pang clan was really at a critical juncture of life and death. The Pang clan army that was holed up in the Pang clan's ancestral land could not deploy their battle formations, so it was difficult for them to come out and fight the East Continent's celestial race army. The 10-terminal formation had sealed off all directions. The people in the Pang clan's ancestral land could not even leave the ancestral land through the teleportation formation. Of course, the Pang clan had a backup plan. At this moment, with Ke's Divine Hall as the center, countless soldiers were stationed there. This was a super-killing formation. Once it was activated, it would definitely erupt with terrifying power. Of course, the ancestral god realm was being suppressed by the power of heavenly punishment at this time. As long as an extreme level power appeared, the power of heavenly punishment would descend and obliterate the extreme level power. Therefore, no one dared to use the power of the extreme path, not even formations. A single heavenly punishment could destroy any formation. Ke and the rest were very careful not to step on the red line. The Pang clan's progenitor was also very sullen. If it was before, Ke, Nan Batian, would not have dared to come out. But it was different now. Without using the extreme level power, a quasi-supreme was invincible. Although the current Ke could not break the Pang clan's defensive formation, he had a way to make it collapse on its own. In fact, this method was very simple. It was to trap. At this time, Gu Fei's clone was still in a courtyard in the East Sky City's City Lord residence. When he had nothing to do, he would walk around in the courtyard, water the flowers, and play with the birds. His days were free and unfettered. Shimanijian was directly thrown into a sword formation by him to cultivate. The sword formation laid down by Gu Fei's clone was naturally extraordinary. As long as Shimanijian could break the formation, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. To be Gu Fei's disciple, his cultivation could not be too weak. It should be known that the cultivation of Gu Fei's disciples was above Shimanijian. They were all much stronger than Shimanijian. Right now, Shimanijian was not even a sage. He was only a powerful cultivator. Ever since Gu Fei's disciples set foot on the ancient road of the human clan, there had been no news of them. Of course, Gu Zhong, his son, and Gu Ling were still alive and well. This was something that Gu Fei could know. Ke's God Clan army directly left East Sky City. They turned out in full force and did not leave any defensive forces behind. Right now, East Sky City was practically an empty city. The originally crowded streets were now empty. It was difficult to see a single cultivator. Of course, every gate of East Sky City was still guarded by battle soldiers. This caused the Central Continent forces near East Sky City to become restless. It should be known that this was East Sky City, a city that had existed since ancient times. Whoever controlled East Sky City would become the overlord of the Central Continent's East region. Ke, turning out in full force, made some of the Central Continent forces see an opportunity. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It should be known that once they attacked East Sky City and activated the city's defensive formation, even if Ke returned, he would not be able to attack East Sky City. The reason why East Sky City was breached by Ke's God Clan army was very coincidental. The Central Continent's East region forces were not small. Ke did not have time to deal with these forces, so he let them escape. The Heavenly Dragon sect was the most powerful force in the East region after the Pang clan. The Heavenly Dragon sect was located in the Divine Dragon Mountain Range. The Divine Dragon Mountain Range was not too far from East Sky City, only about 1,000,000 miles away. For experts, 1,000,000 miles was a distance that could be covered in the blink of an eye. If the cultivators of the Divine Dragon Mountain Range used a teleportation formation, they could reach East Sky City in an instant. The leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect was a heavenly dragon who had attained Tao. He had the powerful cultivation of a great saint. He had 9 great saint kings and nearly 100 saint-level experts under his command. Even the Pang clan did not dare to underestimate such a force. The Heavenly Dragon sect had long attached itself to the Pang clan and became their external force. It should be known that the Pang clan would not allow such a powerful force to occupy the vicinity of East Sky City. This would be a great threat to East Sky City. If they did not surrender, they would die. For the Pang clan, a super force in the central continent, it would be a piece of cake for them to destroy the Heavenly Dragon sect. The leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect was naturally very sensible. As soon as the people of the Pang clan arrived, he immediately surrendered. At this moment, a giant dragon descended from the sky and landed on the peak of a sacred mountain in the Divine Dragon Mountain Range. There was a temple on the mountain peak. The giant black dragon that descended from the sky turned into a middle-aged man in black. Then, the middle-aged man walked directly into the temple. "Welcome, leader." All the experts in the temple knelt before the black-clothed middle-aged man. The middle-aged man raised his head and strode directly to the throne in the middle of the temple. Then, he ascended the throne and sat on it. He looked down at the experts kneeling in the temple with incomparable pride. He was the leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect, the Heavenly Dragon Great Saint of the Divine Dragon Mountain Range. The Heavenly Dragon Great Saint was the absolute overlord of the Divine Dragon Mountain Range for 100,000 miles. He had an army of divine dragons under his command to fight for him everywhere. "Rise." The Heavenly Dragon Great Saint waved his hand and said with incomparable dignity, "Thank you, leader." The experts in the temple immediately stood up. Those who were qualified to enter the temple were all saints, and the 9 people leading them were powerful existences at the Sage King realm. 9 great Sage Kings and dozens of sages were the source of the Heavenly Dragon sect's confidence. In the ancestral divinity realm, only the existences at the sage level could establish a sect. Only sects with sages as their overseers were considered to be mainstream sects and would be valued. However, some cultivators who were not sages could also establish sections. However, these sects were not mainstream and were not recognized by the major sections. "Leader, we have received news that Songke's people have turned out in full force. Dongtian City has really become an empty city." One of the 9 great sage kings, the 9 Yuan sage, said excitedly. The 9 Yuan Sage King was a 9-headed flood dragon with 9 heads. He was extremely ferocious and powerful. He was the strongest expert under the Heavenly Dragon Great Saint. "Really? Have you investigated thoroughly?" The Heavenly Dragon Great Saint's eyes flashed brightly. "Yes, leader, this is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Heavenly Dragon sect. If we hide in Dongtian City, we can dominate the entire eastern region of the central continent," another Sage King said. The Saint Ruler actually had 3 pairs of silver-white wings on his back. The 3 pairs of wings revolved with divine light, radiating with extremely powerful pulses of divine power. This was the Silver-Winged Sage King, an expert of the Silver-Wing clan. The Silver-Wing clan was a large clan in the entire eastern region of the central continent. If the Heavenly Dragon Great Saint had not appeared in the Divine Dragon Mountain Range, the Silver-Wing clan would have dominated the Divine Dragon Mountain Range. However, Songke dared to turn out in full force. I'm afraid that he still has some powerful backup in the city. The Heavenly Dragon Great Saint was very cautious. He was originally an extremely cautious person, otherwise he would not have survived until now. "Leader, you can rest assured. Our spies in Dongtian City have already investigated. Apart from some soldiers of the East Continent guarding the City Lord's mansion, there are no experts guarding the city," the 9 Yuan Sage King said. "In that case, let's do it," the Heavenly Dragon Great Saint said. He was extremely excited, but he did not show it, because he had not succeeded yet. Good. I'll go and gather the army now. The 9 Yuan Sage King turned around and retreated. All the sages in the sacred hall were extremely excited. If they succeeded, the heavenly dragon sect could rise in the central continent. Soon, countless soldiers of the heavenly dragon sect gathered in the divine dragon valley. These were all god-level soldiers. There were 100,000 of them. This was something that no one had expected. The heavenly dragon sect actually had 100,000 god clan soldiers. Such a number was not allowed by the big clan. Chapter 3584. Following the departure of Song Kei's divine race army, the area around Dongtian City calmed down. All the forces in the East Domain were watching. These forces were originally the peripheral forces of the Pang clan, but at this time, the upper echelons of the Pang clan were blocked in the ancestral land by Tsang Quebec. The Pang clan's control over the surrounding forces became much weaker because the Pang clan's orders could not be sent out. However, no matter when, the Pang clan always had a group of loyal followers. Those loyal to the Pang clan in the central continent began to gather, forming a joint army to fight for the Pang clan. The leader of the group was a first-rate force in the central continent, the All-Heaven family. The All-Heaven family was extremely powerful. Although it was not a super first-rate force, it was still one of the top first-rate forces. With the All-Heaven family taking the lead, the forces loyal to the Pang clan immediately gathered under the command of the All-Heaven family. For a time, the ancestral land of the All-Heaven family was filled with cultivators. From time to time, groups of soldiers would fly over from the sky and enter the ancestral land of the All-Heaven family. Although the big clan was at a disadvantage, it was not impossible for them to make a comeback. At the end of the day, the big clan was a superpower with incomparably deep foundations. Otherwise, the Skyfire clan wouldn't have been defeated by the Pang clan. However, the Pang clan and the Heavenly Fire clan had just fought a great battle and their vitality was damaged. Now Song Kei took advantage of the Pang clan's weakened vitality to attack the Zhongzhou state. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of their weakness to kill them. While the All-Heaven family was gathering the major forces, the Heavenly Dragon sect had already made their move in East Sky City. All the higher-ups of the Heavenly Dragon cult were extremely excited. After all, as long as they conquered Eastern Sky City, the Heavenly Dragon cult would be the boss of the Eastern region. Although the Heavenly Dragon cult was attached to the Pang clan and was a peripheral force of the Pang clan, they had to listen to the Pang clan in all aspects without any objections. However, once the Heavenly Dragon cult became the leader of the Eastern region, they would be able to negotiate with the Pang tribe and fight for more autonomy. This was the ultimate goal of the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage. At this time, in the depths of the Divine Dragon Mountain Range, 100,000 soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon cult were ready to go. Banners fluttered in the wind, and a terrifying murderous aura filled the air. Depart! Heavenly Dragon Great Saint, clad in silver armor, roared and soared into the sky, rushing out of the valley. Behind him were 9 holy kings and dozens of saints, and behind these experts above the saint level were 100,000 heavenly dragon soldiers. 100,000 celestial dragon warriors soared into the sky, and the powerful aura they exuded was much stronger than that of Heavenly Dragon Great Saint and the others. This was the power and terror of a battle formation. 100,000 heavenly dragon soldiers gathered together, and through the formation, the power of the 100,000 soldiers fused together, and through the formation, their battle prowess increased. Such a power could definitely contend against a quasi-sovereign. The Heavenly Dragon Sect's foundation was not weak either. They actually hid a heavenly dragon army. For saints like Sky Dragon Great Sage, a distance of 1,000,000 miles was nothing more than a blink of an eye. Soon, the sky above Eastern Heaven City darkened. What happened? Some of the cultivators and mortals in Dongtian City looked up in surprise. The bright sky had suddenly darkened. This was definitely not normal. Even the mortals in the city knew that something had happened. Sigh. I can't even stay quiet for a while. Eastern Heaven City, the city lord's mansion. In the courtyard where Gu Fei's doppelganger was, Gu Fei's doppelganger, who was sitting cross-legged under a big tree in the yard, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. At this time, An extremely powerful and terrifying aura came from the distance. All the cultivators in Eastern Heaven City suddenly felt their souls tremble. The cultivators in Eastern Heaven City did not expect that someone would attack Eastern Heaven City as soon as Tsankei left. Could it be the Heavenly Dragon Sect? When Tsankei occupied Eastern Heaven City, he did not kill the individual cultivators in the city, but he could not spare those who were inextricably linked to the Pang clan. At this time, most of the cultivators in Eastern Heaven City were individual cultivators who had nothing to do with the Pang clan, and there were also experts among them. It really is the Heavenly Dragon Sect. A middle-aged individual cultivator could not help but exclaim when he saw a dragon shadow that was much larger than a mountain rushing towards them. The Heavenly Dragon Sect? The other individual cultivators were shocked when they heard the middle-aged individual cultivator's words. After all, the Heavenly Dragon Sect was a major power in the Central Continent's eastern region. Hearing that the Heavenly Dragon Sect was coming, some of the individual cultivators in Eastern Heaven City immediately turned around and fled out of the city. Rumble. At this time, a sound like muffled thunder came from the distance. Very soon, a battle formation formed by countless soldiers appeared in the sky like a black cloud, rapidly approaching Eastern Heaven City. Within the black cloud, the silhouettes of countless soldiers could be vaguely seen. Black chi surged, and huge and terrifying shadows of dragons could be vaguely seen in the battle formation. At this time, Eastern Sky City was a defenseless city because all of the powerful warriors had been taken away by Tsongquebec. The ones left behind were the lowest-level warriors. With these soldiers guarding the city, it was as if there were no guards at all. Most importantly, no one could activate Eastern Heaven City's city defense formation. An extremely powerful pressure descended from the sky. The entire world was shrouded in black chi. The Heavenly Dragon Sect's divine race army had finally reached the sky above the Heavenly Dragon Sect. The terrifying murderous aura caused all living beings in Eastern Heaven City to be extremely terrified. Even their souls were trembling, especially the countless mortals in Eastern Heaven City. They hid in their houses, trembling in fear, not daring to come out. Roar! A dragon's roar came from the sky. In the next moment, a huge dragon descended from the sky. The terrifying dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, as if the entire world was going to be shattered by this dragon's roar. All living beings in Eastern Heaven City felt that the end of the world was coming. Haha, it really is an empty city. The heavens are helping me. It's time for the Heavenly Dragon Sect to rise. A loud laugh rang out. The huge dragon that descended from the sky turned into a middle-aged man in black robes. He appeared in front of the Heavenly Dragon Sect's battle formation. Behind him were 9 saint kings and dozens of saints. As soon as this group of people appeared, the murderous aura in the air became even stronger. Hee, sect leader, what are we waiting for? The silver-winged Saint King said with a low laugh. Go. The Heavenly Dragon Great Saint waved his hand. All the saints behind him rushed into the sky while laughing wantonly and pounced towards Eastern Heaven City below. Chapter 3585. The Sky Dragon Great Sage of the Sky Dragon Cult personally led the army to Eastern Sky City. The entire day immediately turned into night, and the sky above Eastern Sky City was completely shrouded in black gas. Within the billowing black gas, ferocious and terrifying dragon shadows were constantly faintly discernible. This formation was simply like the birth of a peerless demon. There was no divine aura at all. In the ancestral god realm, not all living beings walked the pure path of divinity. The Sky Dragon Great Sage walked the path of the demon god, and his demonic aura soared to the sky. The saints behind the Sky Dragon Great Sage were not pure divine. In the eyes of some of the saints, although the Sky Dragon Great Sage and his group were not evil, they were still heretical. At this time, the Sky Dragon Great Sage's divine race army had not yet launched an attack, but the people behind him could not wait any longer. They directly rushed towards Eastern Sky City below them. The Sky Dragon Great Sage was also excited at this time. He actually wanted to be the first to attack Eastern Sky City, but he was the leader of the Sky Dragon cult, and it was not good for him to compete with his subordinates. The 9 Yuan Holy King and the silver-winged Holy King were overjoyed. They all wanted to be the first to attack Eastern Sky City. At this time, Eastern Sky City, in their eyes, was an undefended city. They wanted to take control of this ancient city as soon as possible. The saints of the Sky Dragon cult all rushed towards the City Lord residence because the array disk that controlled the defensive formation of Eastern Sky City was in the City Lord residence. Haha, Silver Wing, don't be fooled by your wings. My speed is still faster than yours. The 9-yuan Holy King laughed loudly as he rushed towards the City Lord residence, leaving the saints of the Sky Dragon cult behind. Only the silver-winged Holy King could catch up to him. Oomph! The silver-winged Holy King was furious. He shook the wings behind him, and divine power erupted. His speed immediately increased a little. Just as the 9-yuan Holy King was about to charge into the City Lord's mansion while laughing wantonly, the 9-yuan Holy King's laughter suddenly stopped. In the next moment, a scene that scared the soul out of the silver-winged Holy King appeared. The 9-yuan Divine King, who was extremely proud of himself, seemed to have collided with something. His entire body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Even his primordial spirit was shattered. His body and spirit were both destroyed. What? The silver-winged Saint King hurriedly wanted to stop, but he was charging too fast. In the next moment, he only felt his body shake, as if he had collided with an immortal divine mountain. Immediately, the sound of his bones breaking could be heard. He was like a piece of paper, stuck in the void, and then slid down from the sky. Although the silver-winged Sage King did not end up like the 9-yuan Sage King, he was still severely injured, and his primordial spirit was almost shattered. In the next moment, shrill screams filled the air. Those heavenly dragon cult saints who were trying their best to charge into the manor were met with tragedy. All of them used all their strength to charge forward. However, no one could have imagined that there was an invisible force field in the void outside the City Lord Mansion that enveloped the entire City Lord Mansion. Some of the sages of the Heavenly Dragon sect who collided with the force field ended up like the 9-yuan Sacred Kings. The recoil force was too strong. 3 of the 9 great holy kings of the Heavenly Dragon cult were tragically killed in both body and soul. This kind of death was too unjust for Holy King-level existences. More than a dozen other saints had also died, and all of them were injured. How is this possible? In the sky above Dongtian City, the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that his saint-level subordinates would die in such a way. Could this be a trap? The Heavenly Dragon Great Sage suddenly came to a realization. Why did Song Ke take away all the god-level soldiers and leave an empty city? There was no such good thing in the world, and there was no such thing as a free lunch. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage felt that he had been tricked by Tsang Quebec. The fall of 3 great sage kings and more than a dozen saints was already a serious blow to the Heavenly Dragon sect. Reckless fool. Just as the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was shocked and angry, a voice came from the City Lord Mansion. What? The Heavenly Dragon Great Sage stared at the City Lord Mansion below. At this moment, there was no doubt that Song Ke had really dug a trap for him to jump into. Song Ke, you bastard! The Heavenly Dragon Great Sage roared and was about to rush down to Dongtian City below. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound in the void. A mass of divine light suddenly appeared and enveloped the entire Dongtian City. Someone had activated the protective formation of Dongtian City. Roar! The Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was about to go crazy when he saw this. He frantically attacked the layer of divine light in front of him, and the power of a great saint suddenly erupted. Boom! Bang! Violent collisions sounded continuously, but the layer of divine light in front of him did not even ripple. The attack power of a great saint could not shake the protective formation of Dongtian City at all. At this time, the saints of the Heavenly Dragon sect were all trapped in Dongtian City. At the same time, a figure walked out of the City Lord Mansion. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, more than a dozen saints flew toward him and were swallowed by him. The remaining saints were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. They desperately rushed out of Dongtian City. However, at this time, The protective formation of Dongtian City had already been activated. The entire Dongtian City was instantly sealed. The people inside could not get out, and the people outside could not get in. What's going on? How could this be? The saints of the Heavenly Dragon sect who were trapped in Dongtian City all panicked at this time. Even the surviving 6 Saint King level existences were shocked. They already knew that they had fallen into a trap and were trapped. Next, they would be at the mercy of others. Kneel down and beg me, and I will spare your lives. The figure that walked out of the City Lord Mansion said to the saints of the Heavenly Dragon sect who were at a loss. What? The saints of the Heavenly Dragon sect were furious when they heard this. However, their anger disappeared immediately and was replaced by extreme fear. The aura that the figure exuded was too terrifying. Quasi-supreme level? How is this possible? The 6 Saint Kings of the Heavenly Dragon sect were shocked. Didn't they say that all the experts in Dongtian City had been taken away by Tsangke? What was going on? How could there be such a powerful existence here? Old ancestor, please spare our lives. Except for the 6 Saint Kings, the remaining saints all knelt down in front of the demon god. Their bodies were trembling, and even their voices were trembling. The 6 Saint Kings of the Heavenly Dragon sect were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. You 6 guys have guts. Chapter 3586. As soon as the venerable monster god appeared, all the saints surrendered and did not dare to resist. However, the 6 holy kings of the celestial dragon cult were all dumbfounded. The aura emanating from the other party's body was so powerful that they almost couldn't breathe. This was the aura of a quasi-supreme. Although the 6 holy kings did not kneel in front of the demon god, they could feel their souls trembling. It was an absolute suppression. Are you really not afraid of death? Demon God looked at the 6 shivering little guys with a cold smile on his face. Such little guys could be pinched to death with one finger. Scared? I'm scared to death, the silver-winged Saint King said with a trembling voice. Who wasn't afraid of death? Especially these saints who had lived for countless years. The longer they lived, the more they feared death. Then kneel and submit to me, the monster god said with an evil smile. The 6 great holy kings of the Sky Dragon cult immediately knelt in front of the beast god as soon as the beast god's voice fell. Outside Dongtian City, the Sky Dragon Great Sage, the leader of the Sky Dragon sect, was stunned when he saw this scene. His subordinates had surrendered to that guy. However, the Heavenly Dragon Great Saint was only a Great Saint. Above the Great Saint was the Holy Venerable, and above the Holy Venerable was the Quasi-Venerable. In the eyes of the demon god, the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was no different from the silver-winged Saint King and the other saints. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. Sky Dragon Great Saint was still desperately attacking the great formation of Eastern Sky City. However, with his cultivation and combat capability, he could not shake the great formation at all. Damn it! The Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was naturally unwilling to be defeated. So what if the other party was a quasi-supreme being? He still had a trump card. He stopped and then soared into the sky, rushing into the divine race army of the Heavenly Dragon sect. In the next moment, the battle formation formed by the Heavenly Dragon cult's celestial race army began to move. Monstrous killing intent erupted, and the entire sky seemed like it was about to shatter. All of you, get up! Monster Divine Venerable waved his hand and said. At this time, the aura emanating from the celestial dragon formation outside Dongtian City grew stronger. The Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was going all out. Interesting. No wonder you dare to behave atrociously here. The demon god's eyes lit up when he saw the scene outside through Dongtian City's city defense formation. Master, you mustn't underestimate this battle formation. This is a battle formation that can contend against quasi-supremes. The silver-winged Saint King quickly said to the demonic god. The demonic god was obviously more powerful than the Sky Dragon Great Sage. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. The silver-winged Saint King immediately helped to deal with the Sky Dragon Great Sage. That's right, Master. This battle formation of the Heavenly Dragon Cult is the Heavenly Dragon Cult's sect-guarding formation. It has killed a Saint Venerable before. Another Saint King said, killing a holy Venerable? That's great. The demon god Venerable was overjoyed. This, Silver Wing's Holy King, and the rest were a little confused seeing demon god's attitude. What did this new master want? No one could guess what the demon god was going to do. How dare you betray me? All of you will die. The voice of Heavenly Dragon Great Sage came from the Celestial Dragon formation. The faces of the Silver Wing's Holy King and the rest changed immediately after hearing Heavenly Dragon Great Sage's words. They had followed Heavenly Dragon Great Sage for a long time and naturally knew his temperament. Heavenly Dragon Great Sage had never used any means to deal with traitors. Moreover, his means were extremely vicious. Destroying both body and soul was considered a light punishment. Master, don't let him continue to improve his combat strength. The Silver Wing's Holy King said anxiously, That's right. If we let him continue to improve his combat strength, Dongtian City will be in danger. An expert called Golden Lion Holy King said. A group of saints who came from the Heavenly Dragon Cult to seek refuge with the demon god anxiously. One should know that if the demon god could not defeat the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage, they might all be tortured to death by the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage. The demon god Venerable listened to the saint's words, but did not move. He did not take any action. Even if he wanted to let the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage continue to improve his combat strength. In the current ancestral god realm, the most powerful force was the power of a quasi-supremacy. The demon god Venerable was not afraid of the power of a quasi-supremacy. Could it be that the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage dared to increase the combat strength of the battle formation to a quasi-supremacy or above? If that was the case, then there was no need for the demon god to take action. The power of heavenly punishment would directly kill the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage. At this time, a dazzling divine light rushed out of the Celestial Dragon battle formation and directly pierced the void between heaven and earth. The combat strength of the Celestial Dragon battle formation was constantly improving. It directly broke through from the Great Sage level to the Holy Master level, from the low-level Holy Master to the mid-level, Profound Mastery, Peak, and then directly broke through to the Quasi-Supremacy level. Moreover, even if the Celestial Dragon battle formation's combat strength broke through to the Quasi-Supremacy level, it was still improving and soon rose from the low level to the mid-level. The spiritual energy from all directions frantically gathered towards the Celestial Dragon battle formation. Every soldier in the Celestial Dragon battle formation was emitting a dark light from head to toe, as if they had turned into an immortal divine light. Divine power of Een? The demon god Venerable sensed the mighty power fluctuation from the Celestial Dragon battle formation and could not help but be moved. He was a little surprised that the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was actually a Tyne True Dragon. One must know that the Tyne True Dragon was an unusual species among the Dragon Clan. The demon god Venerable used his Dao Eye to take a look and immediately understood that the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage's Tyne bloodline did not seem to be that pure. To put it bluntly, the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was not a pure-blooded Tyne True Dragon, but a mixed blood. Don't play for too long. At this time, the voice of Gu Fei's doppelganger sounded directly in the demon god Venerable's mind. The demon god Venerable immediately put away his cold smile, and his face became solemn. Master, what's wrong? The silver-winged Holy King and the other saints were shocked and uneasy when they saw the demon god Venerable's change of expression. One must know that their lives were in the hands of the other party. I'm not playing anymore. Those guys outside, listen up. If you want to live, just surrender. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The demon god transmitted his voice to the outside. His voice directly reached the ears of every cultivator outside. In the center of the Heavenly Dragon battle formation, the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage's face immediately became gloomy after hearing the demon god's words. You want me to surrender? The Heavenly Dragon Great Sage laughed crazily. At this time, the combat power of the entire battle formation had been raised to the limit. That was the combat power of a quasi-supreme. It was the same as the demon god Venerable's guess. The heavenly dragon Great Sage did not dare to raise the power of the battle formation to the extreme Tau level because it would attract the heavenly punishment. Once the heavenly punishment was launched, the result would be the same no matter how powerful one was: death and destruction of both body and soul. You shouldn't have let me gather my power. The cold voice of Heavenly Dragon Great Sage came from the Heavenly Dragon Sect's battle formation. The betrayal of the saints under Heavenly Dragon Sect made Heavenly Dragon Great Sage mad. TSK, who do you think you are? Surrender is fine. If you don't, then die. The demon god was too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy. He directly opened the Dongtian city's protective formation and walked out. The power of a quasi-supreme erupted from his body. The shadows around him shook violently as if they were about to be annihilated. The power of the demon god erupted from the demon god's body, making countless cultivators' hearts palpitate. Demon God Clan? Heavenly Dragon Great Sage, who was in the Heavenly Dragon battle formation, was shocked when he sensed the aura erupting from the demon god. The demon god was a transcendent clan in the ancestral god realm. At this time, he was a little regretful. He shouldn't have been greedy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen for Songke's empty city stratagem. Songke was too cunning to use such a trick. He had been tricked by this guy. How hateful. Just when Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was hesitating whether to surrender or not, the demon god made his move. Swoosh! He directly turned into the light of the demon god and rushed into the Heavenly Dragon battle formation. The next moment, the entire Heavenly Dragon battle formation collapsed. Countless light of the demon god turned into light blades and slashed in all directions. Wherever the light blades passed, blood splattered. One by one, the Heavenly Dragon Sect's god-level soldiers were directly beheaded. No, Heavenly Dragon Great Sage's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. At this time, he realized how stupid he was. He thought he could compete with a quasi-supreme by relying on a battle formation. Unfortunately, the reality was cruel. The Heavenly Dragon battle formation couldn't stop the demon god at all. At this time, the demon god directly went on a killing spree. Since they didn't surrender, they were enemies. Since they were enemies, he would kill them all. The demon god didn't show any mercy. No matter who these guys were, he would kill them first. The endless power of the demon god directly erupted from the Heavenly Dragon battle formation. More than half of the 100,000 Heavenly Dragon soldiers were directly beheaded. In the formation eye of the battle formation, Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was petrified by the scene in front of him. He never thought that this guy would be so powerful and terrifying. You what? I told you to surrender, but you didn't. Even if you want to surrender now, you can't. The demon god directly attacked Heavenly Dragon Great Sage in the formation eye. A ball of light formed by the power of the demon god directly smashed into the formation eye. The power of a quasi-supreme erupted. Boom! The entire formation eye shook violently. Then, countless formation patterns were annihilated in the void. Heavenly Dragon Great Sage in the formation eye only felt his body shake. His whole body flew up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't kill me. At this time, Heavenly Dragon Great Sage didn't care about anything else. He directly shouted for the demon god to spare his life. But the demon god didn't pay attention to this guy at all. He directly smashed his fist over. Poof! Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was immediately smashed into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated in the void. The void was filled with a pungent smell of blood. A great sage was smashed to death by the demon god just like that. Such a way of death was a bit unusual, but it was a fact that no one doubted. The demon god was ruthless. Countless Heavenly Dragon Sect soldiers fell from the sky like dumplings. Chapter 3587. It wasn't that the Sky Dragon cult's Celestial Dragon battle formation was weak. After all, it was a killing formation that had killed a wholly venerable powerhouse and was known to be able to contend against a quasi-supreme. The combat power of this battle formation had indeed reached the level of a quasi-supreme. However, a true quasi-sovereign was definitely stronger than the formation formed by the 100,000 Sky Dragon soldiers. After all, The Sky Dragon battle formation had never fought against a true quasi-sovereign before. It had to be said that Heavenly Dragon Great Sage had really dug his own grave this time. He deserved to be punched to death by Demon God. As the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage was punched to death by the Demon God, the saints of the Sky Dragon sect secretly rejoiced that they had made the right choice. After a great battle, the Heavenly Dragon cult's defensive formation was completely destroyed, and all 100,000 divine warriors of the Heavenly Dragon cult died in battle. In this way, the Heavenly Dragon cult only existed in name. The Demon God rushed in from outside Dongtian City. "Master is mighty." The saints of the Sky Dragon sect all knelt in front of the Monster God. "Get up." Venerable Monster God waved his sleeves and said indifferently. He was not willing to listen to these compliments. "Master, why don't you lead us to unify the Eastern Territory in one go?" The silver-winged Holy King carefully glanced at the Monster God Venerable and said. His new master's power was far beyond his expectation. It was not a bad thing to follow such a powerful master. The Monster God thought for a moment and then flipped his right hand. A ball of Monster God's light emerged from his palm, and there were actually countless Monster God Tao markings faintly visible and intertwined within it. Bam! With a loud bang, the light of the Demon God on the Demon God's hand exploded. Dozens of Demon God Tao patterns were like dozens of ancestral dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at the group of saints. The group of sages was shocked. Just as they wanted to dodge, the Tao patterns of those little ancestral dragons had already rushed into their bodies. "Master, what is this?" The silver-winged Sacred King's expression changed drastically as he said with a trembling voice. All the saints looked at the Demon God. Even a fool would know that the thing that rushed into their bodies was definitely not something good. "It's just a small restrictive technique. It's a small matter," Demon God Venerable said lightly. The silver-winged Holy King, Golden Lion Holy King, and the other saints were shocked and helpless. It was just a small forbidden technique in the Monster God's eyes, but it was absolutely fatal to them. "As long as you work hard for me, won't everything be fine?" Demon Divine Venerable smiled. "We pledge our lives to Master." Silver-winged Holy King, Golden Lion Holy King, and the other saints quickly knelt down and kowtowed to the Demon God. At that moment, even if any of them still had other thoughts, they had to put away those thoughts. "Very good. Then go back and gather your men. Help me unify the Eastern region. I will return to the city and wait for your good news." The Demon God didn't wait for the guys kneeling in front of him to speak and returned to the governor's mansion in a flash. The silver-winged Saint King and the golden lion Saint King looked at each other and were dumbfounded. Especially the silver-winged Saint King. He immediately slapped himself twice. "What now?" The golden lion Sage King said to the silver-winged Sage King. If it wasn't for the silver-winged Sage King's nonsense, he wouldn't have to fight for his new master. It was not a small matter to unify the Eastern region. In fact, when Sankei's army was fighting against the Pang clan in the Eastern region, almost all the experts in the Eastern region were killed by the Golden Rock Goddess. However, no one knew what kind of shocking experts were hiding in the Eastern region. Even if there was a great sage, they would not be a match. If they were careless and provoked such an expert, they would not be able to survive even if they had 10 lives. At that moment, the Demon Divine Venerable had returned to the courtyard where Gu Fei's doppelganger was. The saints in the sky quickly rushed towards the Heavenly Dragon sect under the leadership of the Silver-Winged Saint King and the Golden Lion Sage King. With the death of the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage, they could take over the Heavenly Dragon sect and use the Heavenly Dragon sect as a stronghold to conquer the entire Eastern region. Since the Demon Divine Venerable had given such an order, they had to take action. One should know that their life and death were in the hands of the Demon Divine Venerable. Although the Heavenly Dragon sect's 100,000 Protoss soldiers were all killed by the Demon Divine Venerable, there were still many God-level disciples in the Heavenly Dragon sect. The Heavenly Dragon sect was still very powerful. A few hours later, the Silver-Winged Saint King and the others wiped out a force called the Black God Hall that was 5,000 miles away from the Heavenly Dragon sect. This was just the beginning. A storm that swept through the entire eastern region of Central Continent. erupted with the heavenly dragon sect as the center. No one had expected the saints of the heavenly dragon sect to attack the forces of the entire eastern region. They were caught off guard. Roar. At the divine fire sect's location, a roar was heard from a fire pool within the divine fire sect. After that, a fire beast rushed out of the fire pool. It was a flaming fire python. A violent and ferocious beast aura erupted from the flaming fire python's body, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. At that moment, the entire sky above the divine fire sect was shrouded by dark clouds. Powerful figures could be seen looming in the sky. The flaming fire python's body erupted with a dazzling firelight, and its divine power fluctuation became stronger. Within the firelight, the flaming fire python's huge body rapidly shrunk and then turned into a red-haired youth. This youth was wearing a flaming battle robe and holding a battle halberd. He looked up at the figures in the sky, his battle intent surging. "Flaming, you're no match for us. Surrender." A voice came down from the sky. "Silver-winged, what do you mean?" The red-haired youth clenched the battle halberd in his hand. Two balls of fire shot out of his eyes, and his red hair fluttered even though there was no wind. "Nothing. My master said that he wants to unify the eastern region. If you stand in his way, then I'm sorry, but we'll send you on your way." The voice in the sky continued. "What?" Hearing this, the red flame Holy King's expression changed immediately. The news that the heavenly dragon sect wanted to take over Eastern Sky City, but was defeated by an expert in the city had already spread. The heavenly dragon great sage was a great sage, but he was killed with one punch. That person was the master of these guys? Thinking of this, the red flame Holy King could not remain calm. After all, even the heavenly dragon great sage was no match for this mysterious expert. Surrender or not? The scarlet flame holy monarch felt a headache coming on. "If you don't surrender, then we'll fight." The voice in the sky said. "Wait." The red flame Holy King hurriedly shouted at the powerful figure in the sky. "What's wrong? Fight or surrender? Decide quickly. We don't have much time." Chapter 3588. The Divine Fire sect was only a third-rate sect in the eastern region. The strongest existence in the Divine Fire sect was the founder of the Divine Fire sect, the Scarlet Flame Holy King. The Heavenly Dragon sect was a second-rate sect in the eastern region because they had a great sage. In the eastern region, a first-rate sect had to have a Saint Venerable. Of course, this was in the eastern region. A first-rate sect in the eastern region was nothing compared to the entire central continent. At most, it was a second-rate sect. But now, because of the fall of the Heavenly Dragon Great Sage, the Heavenly Dragon sect's status should have dropped. However, the situation had changed. The Heavenly Dragon sect had a powerful backer. Therefore, the Heavenly Dragon sect's status did not drop but rose from a second-rate sect to a first-rate sect. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon Army had arrived at the Divine Fire sect. The sky above the Divine Fire sect was shrouded in dark clouds. In the dark sky, powerful figures could be seen from time to time. "Silverwing, you want me to surrender?" "Sure. Let's fight. If you can defeat me, I will surrender." The Scarlet Flame Holy King, who was standing above the pool of fire, stared at the figure in the sky and said. His aura was still rising, and the pressure of a sage king exploded from his body. A huge shadow of a scarlet flame fire python appeared on his body. "Fight!" In the sky, the silver wing Holy King's figure appeared completely. 3 pairs of silver wings were gently flapping behind his back. Specks of silver light twinkled like stars in the sky. The silver wing race was born with the ability to fly. This was a great advantage over ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators had to go through arduous training to reach a certain level of cultivation before they could fly. Of course, the Silver Wing Holy King and the Scarlet Flame Holy King were both Sage Kings. The Silver Wing Holy King's flying talent did not have any advantage. However, the 3 pairs of silver wings on the Silver Wing Holy King's back were definitely not just for show. "Do you dare to fight?" The Scarlet Flame Sage King stared at the silver-winged Sage King in the sky, and the fiery light in his eyes seemed to turn into a real rainbow. It shot out from his eyes and was 100 feet long. Oomph! Why wouldn't I dare? The silver-winged Sage King said angrily. Although he knew that this fellow was trying to provoke him, with his cultivation level, how could he not be able to deal with this fire snake? With a flash of silver light, the silver-winged Holy King swooped down towards the crimson flame Holy King. Roar! The scarlet flame Saint King roared furiously as an extremely powerful saint ruler's power erupted from his body. The god fire in the pool of fire beneath his feet exploded like a volcano eruption as it charged towards the silver-winged Saint King. What? The silver-winged Saint King was taken aback. He did not expect this fella to actually activate the essence of the fire vein beneath the fire pool. The terrifying power of the god of fire surged forward, burning the entire space. The silver-winged Saint King's silver wings trembled, and a ball of silver light immediately appeared from his body. Boom! The extremely violent power of the divine fire that erupted from the pool of fire directly collided with the ball of silver divine light that surged out from the silver-winged Saint King. The protective divine light on the silver-winged Saint King's body shook violently, and he was directly sent flying high up into the sky. He was stunned. Swoosh! At the same time, a figure appeared in front of the silver-winged Saint King, and a halberd smashed down towards the silver-winged Saint King's head. The protective divine light of the silver-winged Saint King was directly smashed by the halberd. Just as the halberd was about to hit the silver-winged Saint King's head, a silver wing suddenly extended from the silver-winged Saint King's back and fiercely collided with the halberd. Clang! The instant the silver wings collided with the halberd, the sound of metal colliding rang out. Damn it! The silver-winged Saint King was both shocked and angry. He was once again sent flying, and a few silver feathers fell from the sky. Although he was not injured, a few feathers had fallen. Die! The scarlet flame Saint King immediately chased after him. He waved the halberd in his hand, and a huge fire snake immediately rushed out from the halberd, pouncing towards the silver-winged Saint King. This is preposterous. The silver-winged Saint King was truly enraged. He immediately shook the silver wings on his back, and countless rays of silver light rushed out from the 6 silver wings. The rays of silver light turned into silver divine swords that pierced towards the fire snakes. The 2 Saint King level powers instantly clashed together, and the fire snake that was pouncing towards the silver-winged Saint King instantly dissipated in the void. The scarlet flame Saint King held the halberd in his hand, and directly shattered the countless silver sword lights as he killed towards the silver-winged Saint King. The silver-winged Saint King flipped his right hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. Clang! The divine sword in the silver-winged Saint King's hand blocked the halberd that was fiercely striking down. An extremely powerful force exploded, and the 2 figures instantly separated. The 2 Saint King level experts roared at the same time, and they once again clashed together. The 2 figures moved extremely quickly in the sky, and the void continuously shattered, and a huge black hole appeared. A terrifying and monstrous force swept out in all directions. The saints who were watching the battle were extremely shocked, and they hurriedly retreated far away. Within the Divine Fire Sect, all the disciples of the Divine Fire Sect were nervously watching the 2 Saint King-level experts fighting in the sky. This battle would determine the fate of countless disciples in the Divine Fire Sect. If the sect leader won, perhaps they would not have to surrender. But if he lost, the Divine Fire Sect would be swallowed up by the Heavenly Dragon Sect. The battle between Saint King-level experts was extremely intense. The Scarlet Flame Saint King let go of all his strength and did not have any misgivings. This way, his battle strength was undoubtedly much stronger. At the beginning, the Silver-Winged Saint King was forced into a fluster. However, the Silver-Winged Saint King was still a famous expert in the eastern region, and he gradually stabilized his footing. Silver Moon sky-shattering. The Silver-Winged Saint King suddenly roared, and a silver moon immediately rose from behind his head, emitting a terrifying power. Swoosh! The silver moon disappeared in the next instant, and instantly appeared in front of the Scarlet Flame Saint King. What? The Scarlet Flame Saint King was truly shocked. He never would have thought that the opponent's silver moon would be so fast. He only had enough time to place the halberd in his hand in front of him. Clang! The silver moon directly struck the halberd in the scarlet flame Saint King's hands, and in the next instant, the scarlet flame Saint King was actually directly sent flying. At this moment, the scarlet flame Saint King broke out in a cold sweat. If he was just half a step slower, he would probably have been killed by the silver-winged Saint King's silver moon. Heaven and Earth Dance of Fire. Chapter 3589. The Scarlet Flame Holy King showed his prowess. A fireball that was even more dazzling than the divine sun appeared in the sky above the divine fire gate. The terrifying heat spread out, and the void around the fireball was silently annihilated. The terrifying divine fire exploded and instantly enveloped the entire sky, swallowing the silver-winged Holy King. Seeing this scene, all the celestial race experts who were watching the battle were stunned. What was the Scarlet Flame Holy King doing? Was he really going to fight the silver-winged Holy King to the death? One had to know that the silver-winged Holy King had the support of the Demon Divine Lord. If anything happened to the silver-winged Holy King, not only would the Scarlet Flame Holy King be in trouble, but all the disciples of the Divine Fire Gate would also be in trouble. Rumble. Within the terrifying Divine Fire, there were sounds of wind and thunder. Within the Divine Fire, there were flaming Tao patterns that were faintly discernible, emitting powerful Great Path power. This was a Great Path Divine Fire, and it was a Holy King-level Great Path Divine Fire. Humph! A cold laugh sounded, and a figure directly charged out of the sea of fire. Rays of golden divine light broke through the void and slashed at the Scarlet Flame Holy King. Kill! The Scarlet Flame Holy King roared angrily. He waved the giant halberd in his hand, shattered the silver sword light that was slashing at him, and charged at the silver-winged Holy King. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The divine sword in the silver-winged Holy King's hand clashed with the giant halberd of the Scarlet Flame Holy King, and sparks flew everywhere. Two figures were instantly sent flying backward. Two Holy King-level powers of the divine way exploded, and it was terrifying. On one side, there was a sky full of divine fire that burned the void, and on the other side, there was a silver divine light that illuminated half of the sky. What's the point of fighting like this? The silver-winged Holy King stood in the void and stared at the Scarlet Flame Holy King with a serious expression. Their cultivation levels were about the same, and it was difficult to determine the winner. If there was a need to determine the winner, it might be a lose-lose situation. Even if one side won, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. He took a look. If there's no point, then we won't fight? As the Scarlet Flame Holy King spoke, his figure disappeared in the void. The next moment, he appeared again, and he was above the silver-winged Holy King. Swoosh! The halberd in the Scarlet Flame Sage King's hand smashed down on the silver-winged Sage King's head. The entire void shook under this blow. The silver-winged Holy King couldn't help but be moved by this attack. Silver Moon Destruction. The silver-winged Saint King didn't think too much and immediately used his trump card. A silver full moon rose from the back of his head and welcomed the halberd that was slashing down. Boom! With a loud bang, the silver full moon instantly collided with the big halberd that was chopping down. The powerful force that erupted directly shattered the void. The silver full moon shattered in the void, and the silver-winged Saint King fell from the sky, directly smashing into the ground with a boom. As for the Scarlet Flame Saint King, he was sent flying high into the sky. The halberd in his hand trembled continuously, and traces of blood seeped out of his hands that were holding the halberd. Scarlet Flame Holy King felt his hands go numb. He almost lost his grip on the halberd, and it almost flew out of his hands. The Scarlet Flame Holy King was extremely shocked. The silver-winged Saint King indeed lived up to his name. His combat strength was similar to his, and he was an extremely strong opponent. To the Scarlet Flame Holy King, it was definitely not an easy task to defeat the silver-winged Saint King. Boom! At this moment, the ground suddenly exploded. Dust rose into the sky, and a figure rushed towards the Scarlet Flame Holy King in the sky. Endless silver light pierced through the void. In the next moment, a ball of fire appeared on the scarlet flame Holy King's body. This ball of fire directly enveloped him, blocking the countless silver light that pierced through him. Without any suspense, the scarlet flame Holy King was once again forced back. The scarlet flame Holy King was both shocked and angry. The halberd in his hand danced continuously, and the power of a saint king exploded from the halberd. Rays of silver light were shattered in the void by the scarlet flame Holy King's halberd. Roar! In the next moment, a terrifying roar sounded, and the scarlet flame Holy King actually revealed his original form, which was an incomparably huge scarlet flame python. The scarlet flame python's body was as huge as a mountain, and it was covered in a layer of divine fire. The scarlet flame python opened its mouth and spat out a stream of divine fire towards the silver-winged Saint King. The 3 pairs of silver divine wings on the silver-winged Saint King's back flapped at the same time, and a huge whirlpool immediately rushed out to meet the divine fire that was spat out. In the next moment, the divine fire was completely devoured by the whirlpool. Seeing this scene, all the experts who were watching the battle were extremely shocked. The silver-winged Saint King was indeed strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to suppress the group of saints from the heavenly dragon cult, and those saints would have long rebelled. The first-rate forces in the ancestral god realm's eastern region had already been mostly wiped out by the Golden Rock Goddess. At this time, there were not many experts above the Saint King level in the eastern region. But even so, there were still some extremely powerful rogue cultivators in the eastern region, and many rogue cultivators were watching the battle. These rogue cultivators did not pledge allegiance to the Pang clan, nor did they pledge allegiance to Tsang Quebec. The Pang clan wanted to rope in these rogue cultivators, but these rogue cultivators were used to being free, and they would not easily join any forces. The Scarlet Flame Saint King is going to be unlucky, an old man standing on the clouds said when he saw this scene. Not necessarily. The Scarlet Flame Saint King still has a trump card that he has yet to use. Another black-robed youth said, in the world of cultivation, one's appearance had nothing to do with one's cultivation. A white-haired old man might not have any achievements even if he cultivated his entire life. But there were some people who achieved success at a young age. Even if they cultivated for thousands or tens of thousands of years, they would still have a youthful appearance. Then let's see who wins and who loses, that old man said. At this time, the battle between the 2 great Saint Kings had already reached the point where the victor was about to be decided. Rumble. The huge whirlpool that the silver-winged Saint King conjured devoured the surrounding void, and a powerful devouring power instantly enveloped the Scarlet Flame Saint King. What? The Scarlet Flame Saint King's huge body flew towards the whirlpool and was instantly devoured by it. Everyone was dumbfounded. A powerful existence like the Scarlet Flame Saint King was actually defeated in an instant? The whirlpool constantly emitted the Scarlet Flame Saint King's roars. A powerful flame Tao energy exploded from the whirlpool. The Scarlet Flame Saint King wanted to break out of the whirlpool, but he was forced back every time. Overestimating yourself, haha. The silver-winged Saint King laughed and said. Soon, the Scarlet Flame Saint King's screams came from the whirlpool. The power of the whirlpool kept increasing under the silver-winged Saint King's control. The blood of a sacred king began to drip from the void. In the next moment, a blinding flame burst out from the whirlpool. The flame pierced through the whirlpool, and the huge whirlpool actually dissipated in the void. An extremely miserable figure appeared. This person was the Scarlet Flame Saint King. Again, the silver-winged Saint King said, and was about to use the divine technique to deal with the Scarlet Flame Saint King again. Don't! When the Scarlet Flame Saint King saw this, he quickly shouted at the silver-winged Saint King, I surrender, surrender. Wouldn't you not have to suffer if you surrendered earlier? The silver-winged Saint King looked at the miserable Scarlet Flame Saint King and said with a smile. At this moment, the Scarlet Flame Saint King's body was stained with blood. His body was full of bloody scars. Some of his bones were even exposed. He almost died. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he took out a divine tool and escaped with his life. There was no suspense in what happened next. The divine flame sect surrendered and was annexed by the heavenly dragon cult. the heavenly dragon cult's power rose again. After the heavenly dragon cult annexed the divine flame sect, the other factions in the eastern region fought to join the silver-winged Saint King. The silver-winged Saint King naturally hoped that these people would join him. He believed that the more the merrier. As long as someone came to join him, he would accept them. Just like that, many cultivators that originally belonged to the Heavenly Fire clan mixed into the Heavenly Dragon cult. There were also experts that were loyal to the Pang clan that joined the Heavenly Dragon cult. The Heavenly Dragon sect's silver-winged Saint King did not care who these people were and accepted them all. With the continuous annexation of other factions, the Heavenly Dragon cult's power became stronger and stronger. In just a few days, more than half of the eastern region was occupied by the Heavenly Dragon cult. This made the venerable monster beast feel somewhat incredulous. However, it was also a good thing for them. Gu Fei's clone had been cultivating in the City Lord Mansion's courtyard and did not come out. Gu Fei's clone was very special. Through cultivation, his cultivation realm could also increase. Gu Fei's body was still in the eastern continent's chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. Song Ke was also afraid that others would take advantage of the situation and raid his lair. Since Gu Fei was willing to help him guard the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land, he was naturally relieved. He believed that with Gu Fei's presence, no one in the entire ancestral god realm could attack the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. One should know that Gu Fei's subordinates were real extreme grade supremes. Although these extreme grade supremes could not use the extreme grade supreme's power, they were still much stronger than the average quasi-supremes. At that moment, Song Ke led the eastern continent's divine race's soldiers to surround the Pang clan's ancestral land. The 10-terminal formation was almost ready. Those array masters were not to be trifled with. However, the 10-terminal formation was an ancient killing formation. The array masters brought by Song Ke were still busy setting up the formation. Not long after, the Pang clan's ancestral land could no longer gather heaven and earth essence from the outside. The 10-terminal formation isolated a part of the void. In the southern region, the siege war finally began. Under the leadership of the Sword Emperor, the southern continent's divine race army launched an attack on the Pang clan's remaining forces in Nantian City. For a moment, earth-shaking battle cries resounded inside and outside Nantian City. It was incomparably terrifying. The cultivators in Nantian City were no match for the southern continent's divine race army. No matter how many came out, they were killed. Chapter 3590. While Nantian City was besieged by the South Continent Divine Race's army, the higher-ups of the Pang clan were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. The experts of the Pang clan were blocked by the East Continent army led by Song Ke in the Pang clan's ancestral land. Just a single sword slave was enough to give the experts of the Pang clan a huge headache. The sword slave's cultivation and combat power weren't something that ordinary quasi-sovereigns could compare to. As for Song Ke, he was once an extreme-grade sovereign who had fallen from the extreme-grade realm. Such an existence was far more powerful and terrifying than a peak quasi-supremacy. In the entire Pang clan, only the 3 primogenitors could contend against it. As the 10-terminal formation was gradually perfected, the entire area where the Pang clan's ancestral land was located became filled with chilly winds and baleful auras. The entire region darkened. In the ancestral land of the Pang clan, the high-level members of the Pang clan were extremely depressed. They thought they could drive Song Ke and the other invaders out of the central continent, but they didn't expect this to happen. Ancestor, what do we do now? Pang Zhenhuan, the patriarch of the Pang clan, said fiercely in the ancestral hall of the Pang clan. For 1,000? Should I use my trump card? Another elder from the Pang clan said, let's wait and see. If we use our trump cards now, it will be disadvantageous for us. The ancestor of the Pang clan said expressionlessly. He couldn't help but admit that Song Ke was quite a character to be able to force them to such a state. Do you want to continue watching? The Pang clan's upper echelon couldn't help but be in disbelief. Song Ke's 10-terminal formation was about to be completed. Once it was completed, it would be difficult for them to turn the tables. Why are you guys panicking? The progenitor of the Pang clan was a little displeased. These fellows had cultivated for a very long time, Yet they were still so impatient. They had simply lived in vain. Don't panic, Pang Jinhuan said subconsciously. Looks like you've been living comfortably for a long time. The Pang clan's primogenitor helplessly sighed. The sharpness of those fellows had been worn away by time, which made him shake his head. No one in the ancestral hall dared to reply. Pang clan's primogenitor swept his gaze across the experts of the Pang clan. These people couldn't help but lower their heads to avoid his gaze. You can activate a dusty extreme path teleportation formation. Pang clan progenitor sighed. Thank you, primogenitor. Pang Jinhuan and the others were overjoyed to hear this. After all, it was an extreme teleportation formation, not an ordinary one. Even if the Pang clan's ancestral land was enveloped by the Tin Terminal formation, it could still be teleported from the ancestral land to the outside. At this time, the situation in Zhongtian City and Nantian City was extremely urgent. If they didn't send reinforcements, these two ancient cities would be breached. However, the Pang clan wouldn't easily activate the extreme downgrade teleportation formation. They wanted to make Song Ke think that they were trapped in the ancestral land. This way, the Pang clan would be able to make some moves in the dark. Since the primogenitor had agreed to use the extreme path teleportation formation, he would have to think of a way to defeat Song Ke's East Continent Celestial Race Army. Pang Jinhuan and the other elders of the Pang clan gathered together and discussed. The ancestor of the Pang clan shook his head, stood up, and walked to the back of the ancestral hall. The back of the ancestral hall was a forbidden area for all the disciples of the Pang clan. Only the ancestor could enter. There was nothing in the back of the hall except a stone door. The closed stone door emitted an ancient aura, and there were even marks of swords, spears, and halberds slashing at it. The progenitor of the Pang clan arrived in front of the stone door and performed a few hand seals. Rays of divine light appeared on the tightly shut stone door. The divine light intertwined to form divine inscriptions. Rumble. The heavy stone door began to vibrate and slowly opened. An extremely pure heaven and earth spirit chi seeped out from behind the stone door. After a while, the stone door opened completely, and the ancestor of the Pang clan walked through it. After the ancestor of the Pang clan entered the space behind the stone door, it gradually closed. At this time, all the higher-ups of the Pang clan had gathered in the ancestral hall. After being suppressed for so long, they could finally fight back. At this time, Song Ke, who had set up camp outside the Pang clan's ancestral land, was also gathering the higher-ups of the East Continent Celestial Race Army to discuss how to break into the Pang clan's ancestral land. Lord Ancestor, we can't just trap those guys from the Pang clan like this. In Song Ke's tent, the Golden Rock Goddess said, it would be best if we can trap them to death, but if we can't. The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan hesitated. They did not want to be dragged down here by the Pang clan. Otherwise, they would not even be able to conquer the central continent, let alone dominate the ancestral god realm. A powerful clan like the Pang clan definitely has a supreme Dao teleportation formation in their ancestral land. We won't be able to trap them to death. The clan leader of the Black Snake clan said. What? Some of the East Continent experts in the tent were shocked when they heard the clan leader of the Black Snake clan. If that was the case, what was the point of setting up the Tinlor formation? The Supreme Dao teleportation formation could ignore the Tinlor formation. In other words, the experts of the Pang clan who were trapped in the Pang clan's ancestral land could come out at any time. What if they launch a surprise attack on us as well? Someone voiced out the worry in his heart. I believe the commander-in-chief has a well-thought-out plan. Someone was very calm. One should know that Song Ke would never do useless things. Some people realized that Song Ke had never been defeated since he returned to the ancestral god realm. Whether it was the Golden Crow clan or the three great clans of the East Continent, he had always won. Many people were very confident in Song Ke, because even if Song Ke couldn't do it, there was still Gu Fei behind him. Gu Fei was someone that even those extreme Dao supreme beings were afraid of. The Fire Ape Primogenitor, the Sword Slave, and the supreme experts of the ancestral god realm all lowered their heads in front of him. Song Ke did not speak. Primogenitor, why did you summon us here? Peng Jingtian could not help but ask. The others quickly looked at Song Quebec. There's no reason for me to summon you here. I just wanted to remind you that the Pang clan might be making a move soon. Song Ke said. What? All the Eastern continent experts in the tent were taken aback. Song Ke glanced at them and continued. Whether we can become the overlord of the central continent depends on what you do. Primogenitor. Peng Jingtian was puzzled by Song Ke's words. Why would the primogenitor say such a thing? The others frowned, especially the 4 Earth Spirit primogenitors. The first Earth Spirit primogenitor had already submitted to Gu Fei and was released from the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. The Earth Spirit primogenitor and the leaders of the other clans naturally understood why Song Ke would say such a thing. After all, Song Ke was not their master. Song Ke was afraid that they would not listen to him. It's a good thing for us that the chaotic Golden Rock clan can become the overlord of the ancestral god realm, the first Earth Spirit primogenitor said after some thought. Yeah, our Black Snake clan has benefited a lot from following boss Song Ke, right? The leader of the Black Snake clan said with a smile. The leaders of all the forces in the tent nodded in agreement because it was the truth. The chaotic Golden Rock clan was actually in an alliance with them. Although Song Ke was the leader of this alliance, the Earth Spirit clan, the Black Snake clan, and even the Heavenly God clan could ignore Song Ke if it wasn't for Gu Fei. Song Ke was aware of this problem, so he invited the leaders of these forces to the tent to give them a heads up. If they didn't listen to him, then they shouldn't blame him for being merciless. Song Ke was now Gu Fei's spokesperson. Since Song Ke had said such words, the consequences would be dire if the Earth Spirit clan and the other powerful clans really went against Song Quebec. No one was willing to offend Gu Fei because their lives were at the mercy of Gu Fei. Very well. Song Ke nodded. He was very satisfied with the leader's reactions. Of course, Song Ke's actions were a little suspicious, but he had no choice. Those who wanted to achieve great things should not be bothered by trifles. Then let's disperse. Song Ke waved his sleeve and walked to the back of the tent. The experts were a little displeased, but they didn't dare to say anything. They stood up and walked out of Song Ke's tent. Jingtian, come in. Just as Peng Jingtian was about to leave, Song Ke's voice rang in his mind. He was shocked, but he didn't think much about it and walked to the back of the tent. When Song Ke saw Peng Jingtian coming in, he took out a dozen formation boards and passed them to Peng Jingtian. He then taught Peng Jingtian how to use the formation boards. Peng Jingtian put away the formation boards and left Song Ke's tent with the Golden Rock Goddess and Peng Shi. Everyone had a backup plan. So did Song Quebec. On this day, the soldiers of the Black Snake clan and the Shiman clan disappeared mysteriously. The remaining soldiers of the Earth Spirit clan and the chaotic Golden Rock clan were still besieging the ancestral land of the Pang clan. The 10-lore formation was constantly perfected under the efforts of countless formation masters. From the outside, it seemed that Song Ke wanted to use the 10-lore formation to trap the Pang clan. However, some experts of the central continent knew that it was impossible to trap the Pang clan in their ancestral land. However, Song Ke didn't seem to know that this method was useless. The other forces of the central continent were still observing the situation. Some experts were still waiting to watch the show. Although the Pang clan seemed to be at an absolute disadvantage, the Pang clan's strength was still there. It was hard to tell who would win. The atmosphere in the central continent of the ancestral god realm was very strange. Many people couldn't see the current situation clearly. Therefore, most of the forces of the central continent were still observing the situation. Chapter 3591. The atmosphere in the central continent of the ancestral god realm was very strange. On the surface, the big clans seemed to be at an absolute disadvantage, and it would be difficult for them to turn the tables. The God Clan army of the East Continent led by Song Ke had the absolute upper hand, but some experts in the Central Continent still favored the big clan. In the Central Continent, in addition to the 3 superpowers, there were also countless other cultivation forces. The superpowers were superclass forces, and there were many first-class forces in the Central Continent. These were the forces that the 3 superpowers usually tried their best to rope in. In addition to the first-class forces, there were second-rate, third-rate, fourth-rate, and fifth-rate forces. These forces were still observing. All the forces in the Central Continent were very careful and cautious about choosing sides. After all, this was a major event that concerned the survival of an entire sect or clan. The consequences of choosing the wrong side were extremely serious. They could face the danger of clan being exterminated at any time. Even though the big clan had suffered a setback and was blocked in the ancestral land by the God Clan army of the East Continent led by Tsongke, none of the powerful clans in the Central Continent dared to choose to side with Quebec. The big clan still had its strength. They could not determine that the big clan was going to lose just because a few of its experts were defeated. At this time, in the Nantian city of the southern region, the God Clan army of the South Continent, led by the Sword Emperor of the South Continent, had breached the city. The big clan disciples in Nantian city were in despair. The reinforcements they were hoping for did not appear. "Fight these guys to the death!" Tragic shouts came from Nantian city. The big clan disciples emitted a violent aura and pounced on the South Continent soldiers who had broken into Nantian city. A Pang clan disciple suddenly rushed out from an alley on the side of the street and pounced on a Southern Continent soldier. Then, with a loud boom, his whole body exploded. This descendant of the Pang clan actually held the South Continent's battle soldier and blew himself up. The power of the explosion was so strong that the South Continent's battle soldier that attacked Nantian city died before he could react. Seeing this scene, all the South Continent soldiers were shocked. Did these guys not want to live? Did they want to play with someone and explode themselves? The South Continent soldiers who had broken into the city felt their scalps go numb. These guys from the big clan were crazy. They could not lower themselves to their level. The South Continent soldiers quickly responded. A few people, a dozen people, or even dozens of people formed a simple battle formation and charged toward Nantian city. For 1,000? They charged in. The big clan disciples hiding in the city suddenly pounced on them from time to time. Boom! With a loud bang, the 5 warriors from the South Continent were sent flying by the explosion. They rolled on the ground and groaned in pain. Naturally, the Pang clan disciple who had self-detonated was destroyed in both body and soul. The power of the self-detonation was undoubtedly huge. The descendants of the big clan in Nantian city had already lost all hope. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well drag one of them down with them. If they could drag 2 of them down, it would be worth it. However, the Protoss warriors of the South Continent were also battle-hardened warriors. Once they were prepared, the Pang clan's chances of success were greatly reduced. However, the casualties of the South Continent soldiers were still rising. The Pang clan's people started a brutal street battle with the South Continent soldiers in Nantian city. The Pang clan's strategy was to deplete the South Continent soldiers' strength as much as possible. It was a ruthless move. The South Continent soldiers were advancing toward the city lord mansion of Nantian city. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed out of a pavilion on the side of the street and rushed into the group of South Continent soldiers. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, as if a clap of thunder had struck the ground. The entire void trembled. Although a dozen South Continent soldiers were on guard, they were still hit by the attack. They screamed in pain as they were sent flying. A few warriors were directly blasted into smithereens, and it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to survive. The other warriors were also severely injured and lost their ability to fight. Preposterous! When a South Continent general saw this scene, his eyes turned red with anger. These bastards were too despicable. Roar! The champion charged into a small alley on the side of the main street. Screams of agony rang out immediately. Several Pang clansmen hiding in the alley were killed by the champion before they could self-destruct. The general walked out of the alley with a blood-dripping saber. "All of you, get out of the city." An angry roar was heard. All the South Continent Protoss soldiers who were rushing toward the city lord mansion of Nantian city stopped. After that, all the Protoss soldiers of the Southern Continent retreated out of the city in an orderly manner. These soldiers were experienced veterans. They retreated along the path they came from. This way, the chances of encountering enemies would be much lower. Even so, there were still crazed disciples of the Pang clan rushing out from all over the city, charging toward the South Continent soldiers and self-detonating. When they completely retreated from Nantian city, hundreds of South Continent Protoss soldiers died under the crazy self-destruction of the big clan disciples. Preposterous. Kill them all. Sword Monarch was furious. He immediately ordered the South Continent experts behind him. The South Continent experts behind him immediately soared into the sky and pounced toward Nantion City in front of them. The big clan disciples in Nantion City were still crazily charging toward the South Continent experts. However, the experts of the South Continent were different from the soldiers of the South Continent. They were all true experts. An expert clad in battle armor swung his sword, and a disciple of the Pang clan was cut in half before he could self-destruct. Kill them all. The experts of the South Continent charged straight into Nantion City. Dense explosions rang out continuously, shaking the entire Nantion City. Rumble. Nantion City seemed to be blooming. Explosions were heard everywhere, and violent forces kept erupting. The South Continent soldiers outside the city were dumbfounded. No one would have thought that the defeated big clan still had so many people hiding in the city. If the South Continent soldiers continued to attack the city Lord Mansion, more people would die. In this way, the South Continent Protoss army would suffer heavy losses. This was something the Sword Monarch did not want to see. Nantion City was only a city under the big clan. Although it was a very important city, it was definitely not as important as the big clan's ancestral land and Zhongtian City. It was already so difficult to attack this city, let alone the big clan's ancestral land and Zhongtian City. Soon, the remaining forces of the big clan in the entire Nantion City were uprooted. All the big clan disciples were killed by the South Continent experts who attacked the city. Even the few Pang clan powerhouses stationed in the City Lord's mansion could not stop the South Continent powerhouses and were killed in the City Lord's mansion. Chapter 3592. This was a very important day for the Central Continent's cultivation world, and even the entire Ancestor God Realm's cultivation world. This was because the ancient city that the Pang clan had ruled for countless years had been breached. That was an ancient god city that had been lost to the Pang clan. And the person who had occupied the ancient god city was the Sword Emperor of the South Continent. The Sword Emperor was only one of Nan Baishan's generals, but he was extremely awesome. As Nantion City was breached by the Sword Emperor, the South Continent's Protoss army finally had a decent stronghold. Soon, Nantion City's defensive formation was repaired. Buzz. The void shook, and a ball of divine light burst out from the City Lord's residence, covering the entire Nantion City. At this time, even a group of quasi-supreme martial artists would not be able to breach Nantion City. After all, it was the South Continent's Protoss army's turn to defend the city. Rumble. The sound of wind and thunder came from afar. Countless Protoss soldiers from the South Continent flew over, escorting an ancient altar. A stone coffin was placed on the altar. Beside the stone coffin was a general. This altar was like a huge mountain, casting a huge shadow on the ground. A terrifying aura spread out from the altar, intimidating everyone in the surroundings. Countless soldiers escorted the altar into Nantion City, and it floated in the air above the City Lord's residence. The news of Nantion City being breached spread, and the entire Central Continent's cultivation world was shaken. The Pang clan was actually able to keep their composure. After all, that was an ancient city, and its importance was self-evident. Some people were already waiting to see a good show, but unexpectedly, the Pang clan did not even fart after losing Nantion City. This dumbfounded all the major forces of the Central Continent. When the news reached Song Ke, who was outside the Pang clan's ancestral land, he was also surprised. How could those guys sit still after losing Nantion City? Song Ke felt that something big was about to happen, so he hurriedly transmitted his voice to Peng Jingtian. Peng Jingtian received the message and went straight to Song Ke's tent. An hour later, Peng Jingtian left. As Nantion City was conquered by the Sword Emperor, the atmosphere of the entire Central Continent changed. There were signs of a storm coming, and everyone's nerves tensed up. At the same time, Gu Fei's doppelganger was in Eastern Heaven City. After the Heavenly Dragon cult was subdued, the area around Eastern Heaven City became quiet again. As the Silver-Winged Saint King and the other saints went on a campaign in the East Domain, the cultivation forces in the East Domain kept coming to join them. In a short period of time, the entire Eastern Sky City was filled with people. Of course, no matter how many people there were in Eastern Sky City, no one dared to go near the City Lord's mansion. Gu Fei's doppelganger could peacefully cultivate in the courtyard of the City Lord's mansion. Even if the outside world was turned upside down, it had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to bother about Song Kei's matters. If Song Kei couldn't handle it, he would send a message back to ask him for help. Gu Fei's clone hadn't received any news from Song Kei, which was a good thing for Quebec. Although the sword slave was borrowed by Song Kei, the demon god was still there. Everything was handled by the demon god, so there was no need for Gu Fei's doppelganger to handle it. Ancestor Luo Xiao was also borrowed by Quebec. The news of Nantian City being breached spread to the East Domain. Naturally, the demon god also knew about it. After the demon god learned about it, Gu Fei's doppelganger also learned about it. Good heavens, Gu Fei's doppelganger couldn't help but be moved. The ancient sacred city wasn't that easy to break through. Those guys from the South Continent were quite capable. Just when everyone was wondering why the Pang clan didn't respond, the Pang clan finally made a move. Without any warning, the 200,000-strong Pang clan army directly attacked from Eastern Heaven City. At the same time, the 100,000-strong Pang clan army also attacked from Nantian City. Outside the Pang clan's ancestral land, the 200,000-strong Pang clan army suddenly broke through the void and appeared behind Song Kei's army. They then attacked Song Kei's army. Everyone was stunned. The Pang clan's method was really unbelievable. The Pang clan actually attacked 3 enemies at the same time. Boom! In Nantian City, there was a loud noise. The altar floating above the city lord's residence was blown high into the sky by a fist. An extremely terrifying figure directly walked out of the void. Behind him was a dense divine clan army. The mysterious expert led the Protoss army and appeared directly in Nantian City. For a moment, the divine clan army of the South Continent was caught unprepared. Countless soldiers fell from the sky like dumplings. What's going on? How did these guys come out? Angry roars came from the divine clan army of the South Continent. The experts of the South Continent were all stunned. No one expected the Pang clan to have such a move. The same thing happened in Eastern Heaven City. Unlike Nantian City, Eastern Heaven City wasn't guarded by the divine clan army. The 200,000-strong Pang clan army directly occupied the entire Eastern Heaven City, except for the city lord's residence. The 200,000 divine race soldiers of the Pang clan filled the entire sky, surrounding the city lord mansion. The one leading them was a white-haired young man. Indeed, he has some background. No wonder those guys couldn't defend Eastern Heaven City. The white-haired young man stared at a courtyard in the city lord's residence. A ray of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. At this time, all the cultivators in Eastern Heaven City were collectively dumbfounded. You? Was it necessary? Why did you send a 200,000-strong army? Lord Ancestor, let me retrieve that guy's head. An old man beside the white-haired young man said, and directly pounced towards the city lord's residence below. You! The white-haired young man wanted to stop him, but the old man had already rushed into the city lord's residence below. Swoosh! Just as the old man rushed into the city lord's residence, a ray of blood suddenly appeared. The old man's head actually flew up. What? The white-haired young man's face immediately darkened when he saw this. The guy in the city lord's residence was really arrogant. He actually killed one of his capable subordinates in one move. You're courting death. The white-haired young man stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the guy in the city lord's residence below. The person in the courtyard did not even raise his head. He casually waved his hand upwards. Bang! With a muffled sound, the white-haired young man's outstretched right hand immediately retracted. Interesting. The white-haired young man stared at the person in the courtyard and laughed. Then, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. The surrounding people immediately retreated into the distance. Chapter 3593. The Pang clan counterattacked. 200,000 celestial race soldiers charged out of Eastern Sky City. The void above Eastern Sky City collapsed, and countless celestial race soldiers charged out. All the cultivators in Dongtian City were dumbfounded. That works. The cultivators in Dongtian City looked at the densely packed Pang clan soldiers in the sky and felt their scalps go numb. Those guys appeared directly in Dongtian City, saving them the trouble of breaking the formation. Is that the Pang clan's backup plan? Someone thought of that. After all, Dongtian City had been ruled by the Pang clan for countless years. No one would believe that the Pang clan did not leave any backup plan in Dongtian City. Rumble, the heavens and the earth shook. The 200,000 God Race soldiers formed a battle formation, and the black mass of soldiers covered the entire sky above Eastern Sky City. Come out and fight. In the sky above Dongtian City, in front of the 200,000 Divine Clan soldiers, a young man in white clothes stared at a figure in the courtyard below and said, "The person in the courtyard of the City Lord Mansion did not move." At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the young man in white clothes. The middle-aged man exuded two auras. One was a demon aura, and the other was a mighty divine aura. Demon god? The young man in white clothes' eyes suddenly lit up. The Pang clan wants to counterattack? What a joke. The demon god said disdainfully. The guy in front of him was a strong opponent. It had been a long time since he met such an opponent. It made his blood boil. Although the demon god clan is powerful, it's nothing in my eyes. The young man in white clothes also said disdainfully. The two experts were full of anger as soon as they met. They looked at each other with equal harshness and looked like they would start a fight if there was any disagreement. Is that so? The demon god's eyes narrowed as rays of light shot out from his eyes. A cold, murderous aura spread from his body. Old ancestor, don't use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Let me get rid of him. At that moment, an elder of the Pang clan came up. He was a quasi-supreme existence. The divine power emitted from his body was extremely terrifying. Your people are too rude. The demon god did not take the guy seriously at all. He did not even look at him. You're no match for him. Step down. The white-robed youth glanced at the old man and said, "What?" The elder from the Pang clan couldn't help being startled by the white-robed youth's words. At the same time, he found it hard to believe that he wasn't this fellow's match. He really wanted to retort, but he didn't dare. After all, although the white-robed youth looked young, he was one of the three progenitors of the Pang clan. All of the Pang clan's disciples were his juniors. If you don't believe me, then go ahead. You deserve to die. I won't save you." The white-robed youth said coldly. The big clan elder hesitated. Since the primogenitor had said so, the demon god clan fellow might really be stronger than him. Cut the crap. Whoever wants to die can come over. Demon god Venerable was a little impatient. These guys were really troublesome. The clan elder was shocked and angry when he heard that. He directly rushed up, opened his mouth, and spat out a dazzling sword light toward the monster god. The white-robed youth shook his head. At that moment, the monster god stretched out his right hand and immediately caught the sword light in his hand. At the same time, the clan elder also flew toward the monster god's big hand. Just like that, the Pang clan elder directly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed, leaving only a sword light vibrating in the monster god Venerable's hand. It's a divine tool after all. Thanks a lot. The monster god Venerable glanced at the white-robed youth and said. He then exerted force in his 5 fingers and directly suppressed the sword light. The sword light dissipated, and a red flying sword appeared in his hand. At that moment, the Pang clan's experts couldn't help but change their expressions. The primogenitor said he wouldn't save the clan elder, but he really didn't save him. For the Pang clan's primogenitor, who had reached such a level of cultivation, family, and whatnot had long become indifferent. Then let's fight. The white-robed youth said, "Tell me your name." The monster god Venerable stared at the white-robed youth opposite him and said, he dared not neglect the white-robed youth. The monster god Venerable was very excited to meet such an opponent. Pangu. The white-robed youth looked at the monster god Venerable expressionlessly and said, "Monster god Venerable." The monster god Venerable said, he was the supreme among the monster gods, so he was naturally the monster god Venerable. At that moment, the surrounding Pang clan's experts consciously retreated far away. One must know that a battle between experts of this level was absolutely terrifying. If one was careless and got involved, both body and soul would be destroyed at any time. The 200,000-strong divine race army immediately dispersed and gave way to a large area. However, this was not enough, as the powerful force would definitely affect the entire Dongtian city below. Boom! Before anyone could react, the two figures collided with each other, causing a loud explosion. The next moment, two figures soared into the sky and actually rushed into the starry sky. Starry sky. For thousands among the stars, there were continuous explosions as the two experts fought directly into the depths of the starry sky. The terrifying aura of destruction spread in all directions, shaking the entire starry sky. The experts of the Pang clan were inexplicably shocked. In the next moment, more than a dozen divine lights soared into the sky and also entered the depths of the starry sky. The remaining experts of the Pang clan immediately came to their senses and were all ecstatic. The experts of Dongtian City had been lured away by the ancestor. In this way, wouldn't the ancient divine city be their world? Kill! The generals of the Pang clan army roared and led their own soldiers towards the various strongholds of Dongtian City. However, at that moment, a shocking murderous aura suddenly erupted from the city lord's residence. In the next moment, a group of soldiers directly rushed out of the city lord's residence. There were only 5,000 soldiers in this army, and their leader was a young warrior wearing battle armor and holding a spear in his hand. 5,000 soldiers against 200,000 divine race soldiers. They were definitely at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but their combat power was terrifying. Swoosh! Rays of shocking divine light rushed out from the battle formation of 5,000 soldiers and pierced through the Pang clan soldiers in the sky. Wherever the divine light passed, the soldiers of the Pang clan, who were swept by the divine light, turned into a mist of blood. The sky was raining blood. What? Seeing this scene, all the generals of the Pang clan were dumbfounded. 5,000 soldiers dared to come out and die? Then they would fulfill their wish. A general of the Pang clan led his 30,000 soldiers and charged towards the 5,000 soldiers below in a ferocious manner. The 5,000 soldiers formed a battle formation and rushed towards the 30,000 soldiers in the sky. Boom! The battle formation formed by the 5,000 soldiers instantly collided with the 30,000 soldiers of the Pang clan. In the next moment, blood rained down from the sky. Broken armor and broken spears fell from the sky, directly into Dongtian City below. What? The general of the Pang clan was dumbfounded. The 5,000 soldiers were like a sharp sword that directly killed their way into the battle formation of the Pang clan soldiers. The battle spears in the hands of the 5,000 soldiers continued to stab out, each spear piercing through a Pang clan soldier. The Pang clan soldiers were like dumplings, falling from the sky and stabbed to death by the 5,000 soldiers. The 30,000 soldiers of the Pang clan were defeated like a landslide. In just a few breaths, almost all of them were killed. This made the general of the Pang clan soldiers so angry that he almost vomited blood. Swoosh! Just as the warrior was about to make a move, a battle spear flew over and nailed the Pang clan warrior to death in the void. What's going on? The generals of the Pang clan were dumbfounded. No one expected the 5,000 soldiers who killed their way out of the city lord's residence to be so powerful. How is this possible? Everyone found it hard to believe, but they had to believe it because it was the truth. Fact spoke louder than words. Kill them. Another elder of the Pang clan, clad in armor, roared and charged towards the 5,000 soldiers. Holy Venerate level energy waves erupted from his body. However, the power of the 5,000 soldiers merged into one and instantly erupted. Through the amplification of the battle formation, this power directly blasted towards the elder of the Pang clan. Boom! Two powerful forces collided in an instant. In the next moment, the Holy Venerate elder of the Pang clan was sent flying. Even the spear in his hand broke into several pieces. What? The combat power displayed by the 5,000 soldiers was truly heaven-defying. Since when did such a troop of soldiers appear in the East Continent? Even the strongest soldier of the Skyfire clan could not compare to such combat power. Could it be Some of the elders of the Pang clan thought of something and stared in shock at the figure sitting under a tree in the courtyard behind the city lord's residence. At this moment, the 5,000 soldiers were rampaging in the sky above East Sky City, killing countless soldiers of the Pang clan and causing chaos. That was 200,000 soldiers of the Celestial clan. Yet they could not defeat a mere 5,000 soldiers. How was this possible? However, the impossible was happening. The experts of the Pang clan finally sensed that something was wrong. Then, they were shocked to find that each of the 5,000 soldiers had a cultivation and combat power infinitely close to that of a sage. This was too amazing. It was impossible for Tsang Ke to have such a troop of soldiers. The army of the Pang clan was in a complete mess. Countless corpses fell from the sky like raindrops. The streets and alleys of East Sky City were filled with corpses. Fresh blood dyed the ancient city red. This battle was the most inconceivable of battles. 5,000 against 200,000. This was such a huge disparity that no one would choose the 5,000 fighters to win. However, it was those 5,000 soldiers who defeated the Pang clan's army that claimed to have 200,000 God Race soldiers. Chapter 3594. Eastern Sky City was like a defenseless city. However, not long ago, Heavenly Dragon Great Sage from the Heavenly Dragon Cult had tried to take over Eastern Sky City, but ended up dead. Heavenly Dragon Great Sage's attack had let everyone know of the demon god's existence. Eastern Sky City was not without experts. Today, the Pang clan suddenly launched a huge counterattack against Tsang Ke's East Continent Divine Clan army. 200,000 Pang clan soldiers broke through the void and charged into Eastern Sky City. However, after Pang clan's ancestor Pangu lured away the demon god, the commanders of the Pang clan thought they could take advantage of the situation and easily take down Eastern Sky City. However, this was the beginning of the tragedy for the 200,000 Pang clan soldiers. Just as the 200,000 Pang clan soldiers made their move, 5,000 soldiers suddenly charged out from the city lord's residence. The battle formation formed by these 5,000 warriors was extremely powerful. Every time they thrust their spears, they could kill a divine warrior from the Pang clan. Even if the spears in the hands of the Pang clan's god-level warriors managed to pierce these warriors, they would not be able to break through their armor, nor would they be able to hurt them at all. The Pang clan soldiers were out of luck. The 5,000 soldiers rampaged in the sky, and no one could stop them. In a short period of time, the Pang clan's divine clan army suffered heavy losses. Wherever the 5,000 warriors passed, the celestial warriors of the Pang clan would fall from the sky like dumplings into a pot. How is this possible? Just as the Pang clan soldiers were about to collapse, an extremely powerful death aura suddenly erupted from the city lord's residence below. Then, 3 powerful figures of death walked out from the city lord's residence, followed by an army of countless dead spirits. Dead spirits? The Pang clan's elders were dumbfounded. Did the Lord of the Dead Spirits from the graveyard of the gods join forces with Tsang Ke? Some time ago, many terrifying dead spirits walked out of the graveyard of the gods and roamed the ancestral divine realm. Just like the Golden Crow ancestor, after falling in the graveyard of the gods for countless years, he turned into a dead spirit and came back to life. Right now, the Golden Crow progenitor was a huge threat to Tsang Quebec. At this time, the undead army that came out of the city lord's mansion rushed towards the Pang clan's celestial race army. In an instant, they rushed into the Pang clan's army. A terrifying death aura spread out, and more than a dozen people were trapped by it. For thousands, the power of death instantly sucked away all the essence of the cultivators who were trapped, turning them into withered corpses. What? The eyes of the Pang clan's elders turned red at the sight of this. A silver-armored Pang clan elder charged towards the undead spirit army. Powerful quasi-supreme level energy fluctuations erupted from his body. Oomph! With a sneer, the 3 leading lords of the dead spirits pounced on the Pang clan elder. A great battle broke out, for silhouettes moved rapidly in the air, causing thunderous sounds to erupt, causing the entire space to tremble. Swoosh! A cold light suddenly flashed in the air. In the next moment, the Pang clan elder's head flew into the air. Just like that, An extremely powerful elder of the Pang family was slain by one of the three necromancers, who possessed a powerful dragon bone. Wherever the undead spirit army that suddenly came out of the city lord's mansion passed, all life was extinguished. Countless Pang clan soldiers turned into withered corpses and fell from the sky. The essence of the Pang clan soldiers was completely devoured by the battle formation formed by the undead spirit army. Seeing this, the Pang clan soldiers in the sky dodged, not letting the undead spirit army get close to them. As a result, an unbelievable scene took place in the sky. Wherever the undead spirit army passed, countless Pang clan soldiers scrambled to escape. Even the Pang clan elders did the same. No one dared to approach the undead spirit army. The power of death condensed by the undead spirit army was too powerful. Even quasi-supreme beings could not contend against it. The 5,000 soldiers were definitely in cahoots with the undead spirit army. Under the impact of these two forces, more than half of the Pang clan's 200,000 celestial race soldiers were killed or injured. Damn it! The Pang clan elders were both shocked and angry. At this time, the Great City Protecting Formation of Eastern Sky City had been activated. The people outside could not enter, and the people inside could not leave. The 200,000 celestial race soldiers were trapped in Eastern Sky City. Just as the Pang clan soldiers were in despair, a dazzling divine light suddenly fell from the sky, violently bombarding the divine light formed by the Great City Protecting Formation of Eastern Sky City. The powerful divine power actually broke a big hole in the Great City Protecting Formation. The Pang clan soldiers trapped in Eastern Sky City were instantly overjoyed. They madly rushed toward the hole, wanting to escape this hellish place as soon as possible. At this time, the Pang clan soldiers were already scared out of their wits. They no longer had the strength to fight. Boom! At this time, there was a loud noise. The entire sky above Eastern Sky City suddenly shook violently. Countless Pang clan soldiers instantly collapsed into clouds of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. The black-robed young man in the city lord's mansion's courtyard made his move. With a single palm strike, countless Pang clan soldiers were destroyed. A giant hand that blotted out the sky appeared in the sky above Eastern Sky City. The undead army and the 5,000 soldiers had dodged in advance and were not affected at all. Only the Pang clan soldiers were unlucky. The dozen or so experts of the Pang clan stared at the figure in the city lord's mansion's courtyard, shocked to the extreme. Who would have thought that there would be such a powerful existence in Eastern Sky City that killed so many of their soldiers in one move? Since you're here, then stay. Gu Fei's clone stood up from under the tree and looked up at the sky. At this time, the murderous aura in the sky was vast and mighty, alarming countless experts in the Eastern domain. At this time, the army of the Heavenly Dragon sect had also arrived, surrounding the Pang clan soldiers who had escaped from Eastern Sky City. Silver Wing Holy King and Crimson Flame Holy King attacked directly, killing all the soldiers who had escaped from Eastern Sky City. Not a single one escaped. What? The Pang clan soldiers who had not yet escaped from Eastern Sky City were dumbfounded. They were going to kill every last one of them. We're going to die either way. Let's fight them. Not bad. Killing one is enough. Killing two is a profit. The experts of the Pang clan roared and charged towards the 5,000 soldiers and the undead army, each of them emitting a dazzling divine light. Boom! With a loud bang, one of the Pang clan's experts who had rushed to the front of the battle formation actually exploded. Destructive energy erupted, actually blocking the 5,000 Pang clan's attacks. The other experts of the Pang clan also pounced forward, wanting to use the extreme method of self-detonation to drag a few people down with them. However, this method was useless against the 5,000 soldiers and the undead army, because they could not get close at all. The soldiers of the Pang clan were too powerful. It should be known that self-detonation would destroy both their body and soul. For cultivators, the destruction of both body and soul meant that they had completely fallen, and they could not even become ghosts. As long as there was a chance of survival, these guys from the Pang clan would not use self-detonation to kill their enemies. In the sky above Eastern Sky City, battle cries shook the heavens and the earth, causing the cultivators in the city to be extremely terrified. At this time, Eastern Sky City was already dyed red with blood. Countless mortals in the city hid in their houses, not daring to show their faces. At this time, Gu Fei's clone also attacked. With a thought, countless deadly sword lights rushed out from his body, piercing towards the countless soldiers of the Pang clan. Every sword light pierced through a soldier of the Pang clan, killing them directly. The murderous aura that erupted from Gu Fei's clone caused all living beings to be terrified. This was a heaven-defying sword technique that the sword slave had created when he was still an extreme sword sovereign. It was called the 9 heaven-punishing swords. The 9 heaven-punishing swords were also terrifyingly powerful in the hands of Gu Fei's clone. 8 or 9 of the dozen experts from the Pang clan were killed in an instant, and the remaining experts from the Pang clan were scared out of their wits. Some people directly crushed their teleportation talismans in an attempt to escape, but the talismans actually lost their effect in this place. In this way, the experts from the Pang clan felt despair, true despair. 200,000 divine soldiers had actually fallen here. No one would believe this if they told others. At this time, the 5,000 soldiers and the undead army were still fighting. Countless soldiers were killed one after another. The battle formation formed by the undead army grew stronger and stronger. The more essence they devoured, the more ferocious and powerful the undead became. The battle in Eastern Sky City was one-sided. The originally extremely powerful Pang clan had now become the target of slaughter. A heart-palpitating rain of blood fell from the sky. Roar! Just as the soldiers of the Pang clan were being slaughtered one after another, an angry roar came from the sky, shaking the entire sky. A figure descended from the sky, violently breaking through the protective divine light of Eastern Sky City and killing his way into the city. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant, and a terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. Countless soldiers from the Pang clan were sent flying, then exploded in the void, turning into a mist of blood. Looking at the two experts who were confronting each other, the remaining experts from the Pang clan were surprised and delighted. The expert who descended from the sky into Eastern Sky City was their Lord Ancestor. The white-haired young man Pang Gu and Gu Fei's clone were fighting each other's Dao power, and the void around them was constantly annihilated. Your opponent is me. At this time, an angry roar came from the sky. The demon god had arrived. However, when he saw Pang Gu and Gu Fei's clone fighting each other's Dao power, the demon god retreated. Chapter 3595. The Pang clan's 200,000 God Race soldiers trapped in Eastern Sky City were utterly defeated by the 5,000 God Race soldiers and the undead army. They were utterly defeated. At this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger also made a move. But at this time, the ancestor of the Pang clan, Pang Gu, made his move. He directly broke through the great city defense formation of Eastern Sky City and killed his way into the city, wanting to rescue the soldiers trapped in Eastern Sky City. However, at this time, Pang Gu could not rescue the soldiers of the Pang clan even if he wanted to. Gu Fei's doppelganger directly blocked Pang Gu. The two great experts fought in the sky with their Dao power. The void around them was constantly being destroyed, and a terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. All the combat soldiers in the surroundings were swept away. Some combat soldiers directly shattered in the void, turning into clouds of blood mist. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. Pang Gu was shocked and angry. He had never thought that the 200,000 soldiers he had brought with him would be defeated by these guys in Eastern Sky City. Especially the 5,000 soldiers, each of them had a cultivation that was infinitely close to that of a sage. How was this possible? Even the Pang clan had to spend endless time and effort to cultivate such soldiers. These soldiers of the Pang clan were the ancient soldiers that had been sleeping in the ancestral veins of the earth. The battle formation formed by the undead army was also extremely powerful. As long as a soldier came into contact with the power of death that erupted from the undead army, he or she would become a dried corpse, and all the essence, qi, and spirit in his or her body would be completely devoured. Roar! Pang Gu roared madly, and all the Dao power in his body was stimulated. It was extremely powerful, and this level of power was infinitely close to the extreme path. No one dared to use the extreme path power at this time. not even Peng Gu. Of course, Gu Fei's doppelganger did not dare either. He felt the mighty power of the divine path coming from his opponent's hands suddenly soar, and in the next moment, he was actually pushed back. Peng Gu desperately forced Gu Fei's doppelganger to retreat, and then waved his big sleeve, collecting all the remaining experts and soldiers of the Peng clan into his big sleeve. He was about to soar into the sky and escape. However, at this moment, a fist appeared in front of him, smashing towards him. The violent power of the demon god erupted from the fist. Bam! Peng Gu hurriedly stretched out his hand to block the demon god's punch, but he didn't gather enough strength and was directly knocked down from the sky by the demon god's punch. For 1,000? Peng Gu was both shocked and furious. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. Trying to escape, Gu Fei's doppelganger stretched out his hand and slapped at a spot in the void. In the next moment, the void shattered and a figure fell out of the void. You've gone too far. Peng Gu spat out a mouthful of blood and glared viciously at Gu Fei's clone. Battle intent surged from his body, and his power of the divine Tao was still extremely powerful. TSK, you're the one who came to kill us, and now you're saying that we're going too far? What a joke. Demon God Venerable said disdainfully. Peng Gu sneered but didn't say anything else. That was the truth. Winner takes all. Since he was defeated and lost miserably, he had to accept the reality. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. It's not a bad thing for you to surrender to me. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at Peng Gu indifferently and said, Haha. Peng Gu laughed. You want me to be your slave? Do you think that's possible? Gu Fei's doppelganger smiled and didn't say anything. How could such an existence be subdued with just a few words? It was absolutely impossible. The Peng clan's ancestor had lived for countless years. He was extremely powerful and arrogant. He had a high status in the Peng clan and even in the entire ancestral god realm. One should know that the Peng clan was one of the 3 superpowers in the central continent. The 3 experts were confronting each other, but the Peng clan's ancestor was at an absolute disadvantage. Whether it was Gu Fei's doppelganger or demon god Venerable, both had the cultivation and combat power to fight against him. At that moment, no one spoke. Peng Ji's forehead was sweating. He thought that the attack on Dongtian City would be smooth, but no one expected it to turn out like this. There were actually 2 experts in Dongtian City. Peng Gu finally knew why the Heavenly Dragon cult would switch to Song Kei's camp. Song Kei had dug a big hole for him to jump into. At that moment, Peng Gu hated Song Kei so much that he gritted his teeth. He had already cursed Song Kei's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. Kill. Peng Gu roared as endless murderous intent erupted from his body. In the next moment, 2 figures rushed out from his body and directly pounced on Gu Fei's doppelganger and demon god Venerable. Doppelganger? Gu Fei's doppelganger was stunned. This guy also cultivated 2 doppelgangers? Bam! Gu Fei's doppelganger slapped forward, and his right palm collided with the figure that pounced on him. An extremely powerful divine power came from the other party's palm, causing his right palm to go numb. At that moment, demon god Venerable was also fighting with the other figure. At the same time, Peng Gu directly broke the void and rushed into the chaos, instantly disappearing into it. He actually used this method to escape. Peng Gu also knew that this was the only way to escape from the 2 of them. Teleportation jade talismans were useless. However, if he escaped into the chaos, even if Gu Fei's doppelganger and demon god Venerable joined forces, they would not be able to stop him. In fact, Peng Gu had also successfully escaped. However, the 200,000 Protoss army was almost completely annihilated. Such a result was absolutely unacceptable to the Peng clan. That was 200,000 divine race warriors. Just as Peng Gu escaped into the chaos, Gu Fei's doppelganger had already killed the doppelganger that was fighting with him. Although Peng Ji's doppelganger was powerful, it was no match for Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, the doppelganger had successfully entangled Gu Fei's doppelganger for a while, allowing Peng Gu to escape. Preposterous. At that moment, demon god Venerable had also killed Peng Ji's doppelganger. Peng Gu had actually escaped into the chaos, which made him extremely angry. Since they don't want to surrender, Then we'll beat them until they do. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the rapidly repairing space hole and said indifferently, Peng Gu was lucky this time, but he would not be so lucky next time. That's right. These guys still think they're the ruler of Central Continent. What a joke. Demon God Venerable said disdainfully. At this time, no one knew who the ruler of Central Continent was. So what if it was the Pang clan's ancestor? Didn't he still have to escape? Chapter 3596. The ancestors of the Pang clan wanted to kill Song Kei's army, but they didn't expect that Song Kei was already prepared. He dug a pit and waited for the ancestors to jump into it. Thus, tragedy befell the three ancestors of the Pang clan. In the Battle of Dongtian City, Pang Ge's 200,000-strong army was defeated by Gu Fei and Divinity Yao. Only in the Battle of Zhongtian City did Pang Outsong, the ancestor of the Pang clan, fight the sword slave to a stalemate. His quasi-supreme power rippled in all directions, forcing all the cultivators to hide far away. In the Battle of Zhongtian City, the Pang clan didn't lose for the time being. Instead, they had the upper hand. The battle between the Deity clan's army and the Pang clan's army was tragic. Soldiers' corpses fell from the sky, and blood rained down from the sky. A murderous aura filled the sky and earth, and battle cries shook the earth. The whole world was dark, and the smell of blood permeated every inch of the void. Zhongtian City was full of corpses falling from the sky. Fortunately, this was an ancient city of gods. The houses in the city were indestructible. Even if a quasi-supreme attacked with all his might, he wouldn't be able to destroy a single brick or tile in the city. This was a war between gods. The items on the bodies of gods were definitely good stuff for ordinary cultivators, especially those who hadn't become gods yet. Some cultivators in Zhongtian City risked their lives to pick up the spears, blades, and items on the bodies of the fallen soldiers. At this time, no one paid attention to these dead soldiers. They were all fighting with their lives on the line. The Deity race's Divine Race Army was actually evenly matched with the Pang race's Divine Race Army. This surprised even the sword slave a little. One had to know that the Pang clan's army was made up of the elites of the Pang clan. They were extremely powerful, and the Pang clan was one of the three superpowers of the Central Continent. Normally, the Deity clan wouldn't dare to start a war with the Pang clan even if they were bold. But now, they had no choice. The 100,000 soldiers were fighting with their lives on the line. At this time, it was either you die or I die. Only by killing the other party could they survive. In this way, the celestial race's warriors were 3 times more powerful than usual. The braver one would emerge victorious when caught in a crossfire. The celestial race's warriors, who originally didn't have the upper hand, were actually able to block the Pang race's warriors. The two battle formations constantly collided in the sky, and extremely terrifying energy fluctuations spread out. The entire sky seemed like it was going to collapse. At this time, all the creatures near Zhongtian City were terrified to the extreme. This was definitely a scene that could destroy the heavens and earth. How dare you sneak attack me? You deserve to die. High up in the sky, the sword slave continued to attack. 9 extremely terrifying sword lights shot out from his body and headed straight for Pang Outsong. Every beam of sword light exuded a shocking killing power. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was directly destroyed. Roar! Pang Outsong roared in anger. His long hair danced in the wind as a terrifying aura burst out from his body. In the next moment, with a boom sound, a 5-colored divine light rushed out from his body. Buzz! The 5-colored divine light began to circulate, and a 5-colored vortex appeared in the void. An extremely powerful devouring power immediately burst out from the vortex. The 9 beams of killing sword light directly slashed at the 5-colored vortex. The 9 beams of sword light tore through the 5-colored divine light and slashed at Pang Outsong, who was in the center of the vortex. What? Pang Outsong was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent's sword light to be so powerful. Swoosh! Pang Outsong left behind an afterimage, and his real body instantly dodged the attack. However, no matter how fast he dodged, he was still hit by the 3 beams of sword light. 3 sword marks immediately appeared on his body, and 3 waves of killing aura instantly invaded his body. Damn it! Pang Outsong was shocked and angry. He quickly circulated his secret art, trying to force out the 3 waves of killing aura that invaded his body. Once again, 5-colored divine light burst out from his body. This was the divine power of the 5 elements. This ancestor of the Pang race was actually the rare 5 elements divine body in the ancestral god realm. The 5 elements divine body was naturally close to the essence of the 5 elements. Cultivating the great Tao of the 5 elements would naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Rumble. The sound of wind and thunder came from Pang Outsong's body. Soon, a beam of sword light rushed out from his body and dissipated into the void. The first wave of killing sword chi was forced out by Pang Outsong. However, Pang Outsong didn't have the time to force out the second wave of killing sword chi because the sword slave was already charging at him. At this moment, the sword slave seemed to have turned into a terrifying killing god. The sword light of extinction in its hand slashed at Pang Outsong. Buzz. Pang Outsong stretched out his right hand, and a 5-colored wheel appeared in his hand. This was the 5 elements wheel. He immediately activated the 5 elements wheel to block the sword light coming from the sword slave. Clang. The sword slave's sword light of extinction slashed at Pang Outsong's 5 elements wheel, and the 2 powerful divine powers collided. The 5 elements wheel was knocked away, but it managed to block the sword slave's sword. Pang Outsong staggered backward. The sword slave's sword light rushed out from his hand again, and in an instant, it soared tens of thousands of miles and slashed down at Pang Outsong's head. Pang Outsong stretched out his right hand, and the 5 elements wheel immediately flew back and blocked in front of him. The sword slave's sword light of extinction slashed at the 5 elements wheel again, and the powerful swordsmanship power was knocked away by the sword light again. Great fire burns the sky. Pang Outsong roared, and a 5-colored divine fire erupted from his hand, instantly enveloping the sword slave. This was the divine fire of the great path of the 5 elements. Even a progenitor-level existence would be burned to death if they were burned by this divine fire. However, the sword slave's entire body was emitting sword light, and he was as terrifying as a human-shaped heavenly sword, blocking the divine fire of the great path of the 5 elements around him. In the next moment, the sword slave turned into an extremely sharp and terrifying sword light. It broke through the layers of divine fire and instantly slashed at Pang Outsong. What? Pang Outsong was shocked. He had already retracted the 5 elements wheel, and there were 2 sword marks on the 5 elements wheel. This shocked and angered him. He frantically activated the 5 elements wheel in his hand to block the incoming sword light. The 5 elements wheel burst with dazzling divine light, and the divine runes of the great path of the 5 elements emerged from the 5 elements wheel, and a powerful divine power of the 5 elements erupted. In the next moment, the 2 extremely powerful forces collided and exploded, forming a terrifying energy storm that swept in all directions. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.